sent to you last night. I'm not sure if you got my email or not.
Copy of presentation for tomorrow, and I'll start
Yeah.
submission.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll bring it up. Is he going to be first, Jeff? Harry's going to be first. Okay, hang on.
You need a hard copy?
Um, do you? Yeah, I'll have to. Okay. Okay, this is going to be. It's going to be P190. Jeff? P190. Commissioner, we ready? Allison, have you been hooked up to the internet yet? John, we have one more to get hooked up to the internet.
I'm ready. Watching from home.
Good, good. How was yours? Actually, we stayed home. I was home because I had to fix my step on the front of my house. The brick was falling, so we had redid all that. So yeah, it was really nice. Had a nice barbecue Saturday night.
Nice to be home.
Yeah, yeah. Been gone for so long because we were going to go in at the trailer in O'Donnell's.
I was like asleep by 11 o'clock Friday night, at 10:30.
Oh yeah, 9:30. I went to bed last night.
Me too.
Even my phone comes at 10 o'clock now. My phone will shoot off and say, "It's time to go to bed." Been going so early. All rise. This Commission of Inquiry is now open. Commissioner James Iglo Liorte presiding as Commissioner. Please be seated.
Thank you all very much for your attendance here today and continued participation in the public inquiry respecting ground search and rescue for lost and missing persons. We appreciate the level of cooperation that you've all shown, and we are now moving to another phase of the hearings, which will concentrate more on submissions about what recommendations should be placed in the final report, as well as discussions about the public policy aspects of ground search and rescue. We are a little bit late simply because the lawyers needed some time to work out some of the issues before we begin, but I'm satisfied that we have plenty of time to be able to cover all of the aspects of information that Mr. Budden and the legal team wanted to bring in. So I'll turn it over to you, reminding everyone that You are obviously abiding by COVID protocols. Memorial University has its own set, and it's quite stringent. So I'll ask you to keep your masks on unless you are speaking or otherwise drinking your coffee or water. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Jeff Budden speaking. I would firstly welcome the members of the family of Burton Winters who have come from Makovic to witness and perhaps to the degree they wish participate in today's session. And so again, thank you for taking the effort to come here. We, as you indicated, Mr. Commissioner, we are moving on from the aspects of the inquiry that focused on particular searches, particular incidents, into more wide-ranging discussions, and perhaps reflecting that, what you'll see here today, I think, will be more give and take, more of an open-ranging discussion among and between counsel and witnesses, as we hear from individuals whose knowledge is not so much about this search or that search, but about the way the system works, or perhaps should work more generally. Today's witness will be Mr. Harry Blackmore, who we've heard from, who's been present at every stage of the inquiry so far. The way we will proceed, Mr. Black, firstly we will enter an exhibit. Madam Clerk, I believe the exhibit we wish to enter is entitled, it's I believe a 3-page document, entitled NL SARA, Newfoundland Labrador Search and Rescue Association, Submission for Ground Search and Rescue Inquiry. And I would ask Madam Clerk that that be entered, and I believe the exhibit number is P193.
No, sorry, P-190.
Sorry, P-190. So that will, Mr. Commissioner, the council have all been given copies of this, and we now ask to have it entered as an exhibit by Madam Clerk. How I wanted to proceed this morning, Mr. Commissioner, I'm going to ask just a few basic questions of Mr. Blackmore, just to, particularly for those who may be tuning into the inquiry for the first time, to have some sense of who this person is and the role he has played in NL SARA in Search and Rescue Newfoundland for 50 years now, and therefore give some context to his evidence. There will be further follow-up questions from me and from all the other lawyers, and like I said, it may be a bit more of a free flow of a discussion than we've had in the past, as perhaps is best suited for a policy type inquiry. So with that, if nobody has anything further, I will we'll ask Mr. Blackmore just to indicate where he is so that everybody will know who he is.
Good morning. My name is Harry Blackmore. I'm president for the Newfoundland Labrador Search and Rescue Association. Have been for the past 25 years. My background is from working with St. John's Regional Fire Department for 30-odd years, and being a volunteer all that time also. I also spent many days and years and hours for sure on the national scene. I was vice president for the Search and Rescue Volunteer Association of Canada for 5 years. Then I took over for 10 years as president and spent the last 8 years as past president. But my job at National was to bring all these different items forward to national training standards, accreditation, etc., which we have. Basically, first we dealt with D&D under the National Rescue Secretariat. Now we deal with Public Safety Canada and the federal issues, and anything else that we do, we deal with the Department of Justice here within St. John's in that Confederation building.
Perhaps, Mr. Blackmore, this might be a good time to go right back to the beginning, because I understand you were there, of organized search and rescue in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Yeah.
And just before we even get there, it's obvious that people have gone missing and their friends and family have been looking for them since there's been people living in what is presently Newfoundland and Labrador. Tell me a little bit, I guess, about how you came to be involved, how the situation existed at that time, and who, if anybody, was organizing searches, who, if anybody, was searching for people who were lost on the ground in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Okay, how search and rescue, ground search and rescue basically started in Newfoundland and Labrador was in the early 69, 70, that area. When somebody got lost, basically it was given to the police, and hopefully they got a group of people from the community to try to get together and go look for somebody. At that time, the provincial government, under the Emergency Measures Organisation, EMO as it is known, was tasked with the objective of starting up official search and rescue teams within the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. So at that time, my father was assistant director there. He was tasked with getting this put together. So him and Ray Zink from the RCMP, both of those people went to Alberta for a month to 6 weeks and did training for ground search and rescue, and came back to the province to organize teams as we now have. Rover Search and Rescue, which I'm a member of and coordinator for, we are a group of people that came through scouting, and we came up through scouting, but we were older scouts then, we'll call it, mainly scout leaders and everything else, but we were a group that stayed together. So when they came back, we were the first guinea pig that they picked on. So once they took us, we did a 2-week course and went through it. That was done, and we actually became the first ground search and rescue team in Newfoundland and Labrador, and Happy Valley Goose Bay was the second team. But after we were done, they decided to go out and train X number of RCMP officers, wildlife officers, different people in walks that would be in the countries, and try to start up teams in the different communities officially. And over these 20 years, teams were coming and going, but a lot of teams that were started up through the RCMP were put in place. We all knew each other as a bunch of people that were looking for somebody, but we never had a full organization. So in 1995, we made an application to the National Search Secretary to get some funding, where we brought everybody together. As a matter of fact, it was here at this hotel that we did it. And we formed Newfoundland and Labrador Search and Rescue Association. At that time, we had 27 teams. Right now, we presently have 26. But, and 25, 26, because one team is up and down a bit. But that's how it all started. We organized. I was named president at that meeting and have been ever since. Now what happens every year, we bring all the teams together from all across Newfoundland and Labrador to an AGM. We pass policy of how we search, what we do, the standards we use, and the equipment. So my job was to organize the teams and keep them together, and basically to go to the Department of Justice. We were under EMO. At that time, we met with then Premier Tobin and requested that we be given some funding. So after some different avenues, we were given $50,000 a year to run this association. And we were also asked whether we should be under EMO or Justice. The association at that time said we'd rather be under Justice. We work with the police, so just as well be under the same house as the police, which works out good. I will say our involvement with the Department of Justice since we started has been nothing but stellar. Besides arguing back and forth for a few dollars and a few things, but the relationship that we have with our government, with the Department of Justice, is next to none anywhere in this country, and is envied by a lot of the country across Canada.
I'm going to stop you there, Mr. Blackmore, just to fill in a few of the, a bit more detail on what you just said. So if I take from what you said, search and rescue was actually started by emergency measures in the sense that the initiative came from them, the original organizing came from them, and it was through government employees at Wildlife and so forth under the direction of search and rescue that the original teams were set up. Am I correct so far?
The government people that were using search and rescue were between the police and wildlife officers, etc. But it was up to the police to then make up teams in the different communities that they serve to have a search and rescue team available to go look for people so that it could be done in some kind of fashion that we would actually hopefully find more people and also give structure to it as to how search and rescue works, because there is a formula, I call it, that we follow, the training and everything else that goes with it. But in order to make sure that everything is covered to the best of our ability, and as search and rescue personnel, we don't want to leave anybody out there. But it does happen. We're sorry to say we don't find everybody, but we do the best we can. And the volunteers that are involved, we started out roughly first with about 1,000. We're down to 800 now, mainly due to people moving out of the province, some people getting older and moving on, younger people starting to come back in, and some older people coming back. But the teams themselves, that's how they were organized. Once they were organized, they all did the same as everybody. They had a president of their group, and once all the presidents got together, we ended up making a search and rescue association.
Yeah, I'd just like to, again, follow another couple of questions around that. So you got involved, just to pick you as an example, because your father happened to be an employee of emergency measures. He was sent off to the training. He came back, I guess, with some sort of instructions from his employer to look to form a team, and he happened to see you and your friends there, and thought this would be the basis of a good team. So it came out of scouting, but was that sort of just a coincidence in the sense that you guys happened to be involved in scouting, happened to be involved in community service, and your father happened to be involved with emergency measures, so it all came together in that kind of way?
Pretty well, that's the way it happened. We were just scouting. What we did once we were there, and it was envisioned that that's the way that they were going to go. We used the scouting organization to bring more people into the search and rescue aspect of it. Then it was mainly with our leader at that time was Mr. Ches Pippi. He was the one that held our group together. And as a bunch of 20-odd-year-olds, we were full of everything. We didn't mind in the woods. We liked it. And we were just a practical group, I guess, because that's the way we came up, doing everything out in the country. And it more or less moved out from that. It was just a way of getting something started to see how this was actually going to work. They were the instructors. Ray Zink from the RCMP, he was out of Labrador at that time. He was the lead instructor. And basically, we ended up going out with my father and Ray. We went out for 2 weeks in the country and did a full course from start to finish to be able to put it together. At that time, what it was, now it has changed quite a bit. But still, the main part of all this is boots on the ground. We can organize, we can sit around these tables, make policy, do what we have, but the people that actually find those people that are out there lost are the people on the ground.
Just, Mr. Blackmore, so at the point where you decide that you want to, I guess, create NLCR, or even before that, you want to try and train people and organize, were you looking at a model somewhere else in the country, or was it being done like this somewhere else and you said, well, that's a good model to follow?
No, pretty well, this is the way it was done across the country. People got together. Just coincidentally, at the same time that we put our association together, was a year after we actually put the National Association together. which all provinces and territories are part of. But no, it's the same pretty well across this country. The teams got together, however they were made up through different avenues or different government officials. And once they were put together, they were organised in associations so that we follow the same training standards across the country from coast to coast to coast. Everybody has signed on to the CSA training standards for ground search and rescue. Matter of fact, right now this year is the accreditation certification final chapter of it to make sure it's all done. But we have done the same training standards in the basic search and rescue environment has been the same from one end of this country to the other.
So in terms of this model, which basically originally the police would, I guess, on an ad hoc basis, get people in different communities to help out, but it wasn't particularly organized. And eventually, we're now in a situation where we have organized ground search and rescue teams, and the police seem to fulfill less of a role in the search strategies and implementation of a search strategy now than your teams do.
Well, ground search and rescue is led by the police. We do not self-deploy. If you have your young fella go lost and you phone Harry Blackmore, we do not go. We don't go unless the police send us. That way, everything that we have to do is covered insurance-wise for us. But more importantly, they're the investigative side of search and rescue. We don't get into that part of it. They do the investigation. They give us the information as their people. Once we get on the scene, and there's been a lot of discussion over this incident commander, search manager, basically two of them are joined at the hip anyway. The police would be the IC, but they give us the information. The search manager makes up a plan of how we're going to try to do this, and everybody that's involved with the CP part of it in the command post discuss it and make our plan, document it, and go from there.
And so how long has that been the situation that the police are tasked the ground search and rescue?
Right from the very
beginning?
Right from the very beginning. The police are the authority of jurisdiction, and because when a call comes in, most of the time it does go to the police that someone's missing. Therefore, it was only logical that they would be following it, and they have the responsibility for lost and missing purposes in the province.
Right. But you can imagine that there are other agencies out there that could potentially task, for example, health authorities.
Okay, over the past few years for search and rescue, it has expanded in its role. We can now be tasked by the municipality that you're in. We can be tasked by Parks Canada. We have an agreement with the Department of Health that we can be tasked to help get injured people out of the woods. And we have been tasked by FESNL itself, the Government Operations Centre, from Foreign Emergency Services over the years, and to the part that if we can help, and most of the communities that are out there, we have the equipment that can help out in a lot of different areas. Just to expand you and let you know how intense this is getting, we have been in negotiations with the federal government, and nobody else has really heard this yet, is that I guess Public Safety Canada has come to us as a national organization to put a task force together in that they want 50 volunteers from each province that can respond anywhere in the country, because we are coordinated, we have the gear, and we follow the rules of incident command, and we have our structure set up. So they are now in the process of putting a system together that if something happens in Alberta and they want an extra 400 people, they put the call out to the provinces and territory associations, and either the military come pick us up or we get on Air Canada and go with our gear, self-sustained, bringing your own tents, radios, etc., so that everybody can join together into one outfit. And that might be to help out with the forest fires, floods, etc., and vice versa.
So I'm just curious how you feel about this. I mean, is it in terms of having volunteers do this? Do you think this, in terms of, okay, in terms of the model that we have now, which is, obviously a large part of this is done by volunteers. Do you think that is the best model for the province, rather than have sort of a division within government that employs the people that are providing the services now that NL-SARA is providing?
Personally, I think it is the best model. It's the same model that's used right across the country. So between 10 provinces and 3 territories, something must be doing something right. So I think it is the best model.
Other than that, other than sort of everyone's doing it, can you think of any other reasons why it's better off doing it this way?
Cost effective, I'd say.
So it's cost effective.
But it's been done with the volunteers. We've lived with it. We don't know any other structure, I guess. But it's just the same as the Coast Guard Auxiliary has all volunteers. The SARA has all volunteers. We have all volunteers. Newfoundland Labrador Search and Rescue Association is set up. We don't have any paid employees, so nobody's making anything out of this. And most of the time you're spending money. But that's the way we see it. Whether or not, right now, I don't think there would be enough police in the country to be able to handle it completely by themselves. So we're here and we've been doing it for years. It works well. It's well organised, in my opinion, and I don't see it changing much in the future.
So in terms of quality of service, how do you feel about volunteers providing the ground search and rescue, a big bulk of the services associated with
I think the quality is 100%. I'd back any of our volunteers. They are all trained to CSA standards. It's not like we just put this together. This was 9 years of consultation from across the country and with government officials, police, everybody else, that these standards were put together and they're followed. It's true and tried. Yes, we don't find everybody because certain things don't lead it to it, but overall, the standards that are out there and the backing of the volunteers that we have and the way they go across this is next to none. I just think they're 100%.
Couple of questions, Mr. Blackmore, and I appreciate you. We're jumping in on your submission from here to there, but you have a lot of knowledge here that we really benefit from hearing. So I'm going to go back to the early days just to clarify my own thinking a little bit. So here, the government, through emergency measures, the provincial government, reached out to essentially the scouting community in St. John's. But my understanding is that of the 20-something teams, they didn't all come out of scouting. Some came out of other networks. Can you give an example, I guess, say maybe how the exploits team first came together, or the Goose Bay team first came together, or Bay of Islands, or any team you wish to use? I'm just curious about the kind of networks of people that were there and tapped into to form the earliest days of search and rescue in Newfoundland.
No, we were just happened to be a group that was together. So, now, didn't hurt that my father was involved in it because he knew about us, naturally. But we were a group of people that were in the woods all the time with scouting. That's the way we came through. And at this time, we were all in the age limit of 18 to 24. So we were all together. We were all helping other sections of scouting and stuff like that. But as this got going, the police went out and started to organise teams from what they were taught, because after the guinea pig course was done, I'll call it, which was us, then their CMP through EMO and EMO itself brought in 10 RCMP officers at that time and 10 Wildlife Division people, and started to teach them search and rescue with the idea of them going back out into the communities to set up search and rescue teams. Up to my knowledge right now, most of them went back, they started, and the teams themselves, people were informed what was on the go in the community, like any community activity, and it was started up just the same as the volunteer fire department at that time. And once they were put together, their CMP officer that was trained was supposed to start training them give them how to do search and rescue. And as they did get going, different teams, Newfoundland is a big province, but it's not that big because everybody knows everybody. I knew the guys in Central, they knew me, we knew the guys on the West Coast, and we all talked back and forth. And as we did, we were the ones that said, okay, now that we have search and rescue teams involved in all the province, it's time for us to get together and put it together so that everybody is training from the same type of material.
So while the police and emergency measures and wildlife officers and so on may have started the teams took on a life of their own. You made contacts with each other, and out of those contacts, NL SARA was formed.
That's correct. Teams themselves were out there. Everybody pretty well knew everybody. And once we did make an application for funding, we brought everybody together, and this is where NL SARA started.
Okay. Just a last couple of questions about those early days. I understand that of the 10 of you who were involved in that very first search and rescue team that your father set up, 5 of you 50 years later are still involved in the Rover search and rescue crew?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And these other teams around the province and your own team, would it be fair to say that the early days of search and rescue in Newfoundland, say back into the 70s and the 80s, it was basically young men who loved being out in the woods, were familiar with the woods? That was sort of the search and rescue community as it would have existed if I'd looked around the island in, say, the 70s or 80s.
That's pretty well correct. Most of the people that were then were a lot younger than we are right now. But most of the people that have been in it, leading the teams that we've seen since we've been at going with the inquiry, we got the members like Barry Anderson, Roger Gooby, Sean Street, Jerry Clark, different teams. They've all been around for 20 plus years or more. We just don't like to tell our age probably, but we've been around here for a long while. And I guess is the passion that we have for it is that we enjoy it. It gives us some kind of sense of community spirit, I guess, to try to do it. Once it does get going, we do realize that a search is an emergency, and it takes a lot to get somebody back. It's not just as straight as getting up and putting on your boots and go out the door. Oh yeah, he went over there, well, let's go get him. That's not just the way this works. People move, things happen, as we've seen throughout this whole inquiry. And the object is to get everybody back. We've been asked why we do it. I really honestly don't know. Most of the people that I've dealt with throughout the years have a great passion for it, and we just stayed at it.
Thank you. And one last question. This is more of a bureaucratic question, but you, if I did my math correctly, for the last 18 years, you've been either president or or past president of the Canadian Search and Rescue Association.
That's correct, sir. I was past president, then president, and now past president for a long while.
So you can obviously speak to not just the local scene, but also the national search and rescue scene. Is that, are you comfortable speaking about how matters are organized elsewhere?
That's correct. As part of my job as national president at the time was to help other provinces and territories that may be having some problems in organizing with government parts of it. The way search and rescue works across the country, it's set up through different government departments. Some are under the Fire Commissioner's Office, some are under Public Safety, some more are under different other divisions of government. And it was my thing to be able to meet with these people to, on the national level, to try to help funding for different provinces and territories at that time and get things put in place that we use and need as volunteers. One thing about search and rescue volunteers, yes, there are some municipalities that really take care of the team that's in their province, but for the most, everything we do is fundraising, and that's the same across the country. There is a few differences now, and I'll explain that a little later, but the way the provinces work is pretty well the same way we're set up. Everybody, like I say, follows now the same rules and regulations that we follow. Different governments have things put in, but the basics, if I want to leave search and rescue here today and join search and rescue in BC, I can go. There may be a few extra courses they have put on top of their system, but the basics are the basics. And it's the same thing from here, northern, wherever you go. And that's the way we had it set up. And it's just the same, no different than the police have their standards, the Air Force have theirs, the SAR have their standards. It's all national. Coast Guard Auxiliary, everybody follows their standards. We follow ours.
If I could ask a follow-up, Tom Williams, if I could ask a follow-up question in regards to that. In terms of the national system, obviously, and I know that NL Sarah has various publications with standards, and as you said, you get certified on a regular basis. Who sits down and writes out those national standards? Like, and what I'm trying to get here is the comparison between the local, when I say local, the provincial search and rescue associations and the national. Like, is there a national office that is staffed and has training expertise, and somebody has to write the binder of the actual policies? Can you elaborate a little on what's involved in the national association as compared to the provincial association?
Right now, we do have a national office, which is situated here in Newfoundland. As president, one of my jobs was to set up a national office. We do have 3 paid employees in national, which is set up here. One is the CEO, one is financial, and the other one is the National Prevention Coordinator for all of Canada. The way that the standards were brought up, we took practitioners in their experts in their divisions from all across the country and government. They were brought together in multiple meetings. We hired CSA to be the custodian of our standards to make sure everything was put down properly. But it was the volunteers themselves, along with a lot of paid people from the federal government system, and that came together and sat down for 3 years to put these standards together. They were then written. Once they were written, they were sent out worldwide for anybody to make a submission if we had things done right or wrong. There were some things that came back. We went through them all again, and it was rewritten and sent out once more. And to this day, right now, and we had people also, just let you know, from United States and Sweden also sat on our board with us at that time for standards. And right now, the United States, NASAR, which is known as, they said if they could have our system, they'd take it in a blink. The same thing right now, Switzerland and Australia are also taking our standards and following them. Definitely changes because of their geography, but the way it's done, we set the rule basically, we set the standard, and it went across. But the people that put it together were not just picked because this one or that one. We picked them for their expertise. They've been in search and rescue for years. We've had different people with that led it, and as it went through, we actually kept going with it to do a curriculum part of it for another 3 years. And last but not leastly now is the accreditation certification part is that we're hopefully getting put in place through Public Safety Canada, so that a person that does a search and rescue course will be given a certificate from an accredited body such as SARVAC, and everybody out there then, at least when you go from province to province, you know everybody has the same training.
So, Mr. Bunn, mind if I ask one question? Mr. Blackmore, I should call you Harry. I don't know why I'm calling you Mr. Blackmore, but Harry, in terms of coverage in the province, so does NL Sarah and its affiliated groups cover the entire province, or are there places where there are no groups providing ground search and rescue?
We pretty well have the province fully covered. There are a few spots that we are still dealing with throughout the province. Some we deal with. one thing you have to realize, and as I said before, the police run this with us. If you set up a team or want a team set up, the first thing you have to do is go to the police to see if you need a team set up in that area, and then come to us and we'll be able to see if through geography and reports how many people have been lost in that area, general area. We don't just set up a team for the sake of setting it up, because teams that don't do anything will disintegrate. So the way we've done it is that we have the team set up. We had a couple that we are now working on in the north to try to set up in Labrador. We've almost had that ready to go. Due to the election being called, we had to slack off for 6 weeks. But we now have a couple of things in place, and myself and Sergeant Williams will be travelling north again to Labrador to set up a team further up. And as we do that, we also have one in southern Labrador, but right at the present time, being blunt, they don't want anything to do with the police part of it. So if they don't want nothing to do with the police part of it, we don't want nothing to do with them.
So in those areas now, Harry, any sense of, I mean, obviously people are being lost and looked for, any sense of how that's being done?
Right now, it's been pretty well ad hoc, but when we go to Neshwish, Nain comes down and helps out, or Hopedale, Postville go up and help out. We've had Barry Anderson from Macovig. He's been flown by the police up to different communities to help organise a search with it. And these people that are out there, they know the land, they know what they're doing, but we have to organise it so that, because you can miss people in this, and we did talk some other things here over the last week. You know, how far out do you go? You make your line, your boundary, unless something, evidence, brings you further, further, further each time. That's how it works. But some people, like I said, Sorsley haven't been found. Some have been found deceased, and some more have been found alive. But we try to bring everybody home, but we don't all the time, and that's just a fact of reality. As you've seen in Mary's Harbour the week, a great effort put in, but the two poor people that they're looking for have never been found yet. The rest of it, we go with the communities as they start. We have been dealing with the chief in Neshwish, and as we're getting set up now with that, we were ready on 2 or 3 incidents, but we had a person that was picked out to help us, passed on, so that got held up a bit. But it looks like right now, I'd say between now and November, we'll have another team set up there. And the only other team that we have right now is shut down is in Springdale area, and we have 2 neighbouring teams covering that off. We have Exploits coming halfway and Deer Lake coming the rest. But we are in the process of setting up that team again. We're dealing with, right now, the fire department in Springdale is who we're dealing with, due to people moving out of the community. We're going to use them as a certain barrier, the same as we are north. But we have to remember that if we're setting up a search and rescue team with the fire department, the whole fire department can't go look for somebody. And one of our rules are that you have to keep a full man truck back in your community.
Just want to drill down a little bit more about how things happen in other provinces, just to give us that evidence compared to. And we'll hear some of this from Mr. Smith as well. But you've already told us that the NL SARA has no paid employees at the moment. You do get some money from the provincial government, I understand, on an annual basis?
We do get some money from the provincial government. That's in order to help us pay for our radio license fees, which is something else. It helps us pay for our ADD and insurance, and it helps me be able to bring people together once a year for a major meeting. And any other funds that we do get then is through the association, so that we can help provide training in specific areas or help with a specific piece of equipment if we have the money to do it. And within that, we also apply for many grants that we get in order to be able to do what we're doing. Since 2010, we've got about $4 million worth of equipment through the federal government, through NIF programs and training. So it's, I guess Peter and Paul take it back and forth, and whoever gives us the money first gets it. And I'm sure all the federal agencies here know what I'm talking about, as well as provincial. We all go for the grants and hope for the best.
And just a follow-up question, how does that compare to other provinces? And I realize, obviously, your provinces are 20 times the size of others, and other provinces that are the same size, more or less, or even smaller than Newfoundland, provinces and territories. But in terms of say, I understand Newfoundland, as you said, has no paid employees, and El Sara has no paid employees, gets a certain amount of money to handle core expenses and gets grants for various purposes. How does that compare to other provinces, and in particular the level of funding, adjusting for the size of the province? Is that a question you can answer?
Yeah, pretty well. It's the same across the country. There are no paid employees. We're all volunteers from one end of this country to the other. Some departments do have paid people, such as out in BC. But, and the same thing in Alberta, they have a person right now that is paid to look after search and rescue from the government side of things. But the association pretty well runs the association. The only group out there that has any great amount of money is BC. Once BC, they took it on themselves, a very big province. Their association put in an alternate funding model some years ago. And the BC government now, after they pay their insurances for them and different other things they pay, the BC associations get $6 million a year to help run the associations. So once they get that money, their association then, on a per capita basis and how busy your team is and what equipment you got, they will give out so much money per team to help. And specific equipment, if we wanted specific equipment and we had that much money, we just get it and put it in different teams, as we're doing with the little bits of funds we do get now. But overall, funding-wise, I think Alberta gets $150,000 a year. Nova Scotia gets $94,000 after their things are paid and things like that. Like one thing the volunteers in Nova Scotia get that no other province in the country gets, the people that are in search and rescue get free registration for their vehicles as a gesture from the government to the volunteers. But there's no one out there right now getting any great amount of money except BC, and that's the way it's working. And hopefully down the road we'll all be lucky enough to get something the same.
So, sorry, Harry, just to make sure I understand correctly. So there are, you say there are some people employed with the government in the government of British Columbia and with the government of Alberta that are responsible for ground search and rescue in some sense?
In BC, it's called Emergency Management BC, it's called. That's the division. They have what they call a rescue specialist that is involved with search and rescue. They take care of making sure that out in BC, there's the place called the Justice Institute who gets paid to teach search and rescue and to use our volunteers as instructors, but that's who teaches it. And the BC government has taken it on that they have one person that is on that system that will take part in it to make sure that it all keeps control. You had to realize that they have 2,500 people, we have 700, so it's a bit different, a bit bigger. And BC does the most searches in the country, but most of them are rescues. They're not actually go out and find someone. They know where they're at, you just have to go get them. But, and the only other one right now is being dealt with is Alberta, and I'm not 100% sure if that person is rehired or not. They did have a person, he retired, and I don't know if they get him back or not. I'm sure Mr. Smith can answer that part.
Are you aware of any other incentive programs that would help facilitate? One of the issues that we've looked at is recruitment, and obviously obtaining financial resources from governments, whether it be Newfoundland and Labrador or any provincial government, I think, would be difficult. But are there any other incentive programs? Found it interesting you made reference to this registration for personal vehicles in Nova Scotia. Is there anything else out there, whether it be provincial or national or international, any other jurisdictions that are offered to individuals, you know, as incentives to, and not only incentives, as you know, some form of recognition of their volunteerism over the search and rescue? Is there anything else you're aware of?
The only other thing that's out there nationwide, there is a tax incentive that was given to volunteer search and rescue. Yes, the Coast Guard Auxiliary, CASARA, and SARVAC. That if you punch in 200 hours of service per year, that you can claim up to 3,000 tax incentive, which it works out to about $450 in your pocket a year if you put in your 200 hours. In some communities, 200 hours is easy to get. Some other communities, they find it hard. But that's one incentive that's out there. The only other place that I know that gets any incentive is BC. For the recruitment part, basically we do recruitment on our own through social media, through TV ads if we can afford them, or TV companies are willing to give us the time to do it. And the communities themselves get the word out, like any community when they're trying to do something. And that's how people are brought into the system. Now, yes, City of St. John's, I cover, my team covers basically from Witless Bay Line to Cape St. Francis, which is roughly 220,000 people. So recruitment in here is not a big deal. Matter of fact, we usually get to turn them around. But if you want to join our team, it costs you $50 to join to start off with, and we'll do the training with you just to help pay for some of your expenses. If you join a team in BC, once you have gone through the training out there, and they say, okay, you can join search and rescue, they have a specific amount of clothes that you had to have and certain types. The average person in BC, it costs them $1,000 just in clothing alone to join the team, because it's different type gear. They all look alike. They all have the same standard of gear. We don't have that luxury right now, but most of us all end up spending the money on our own to buy our own equipment. That's the way it's done right pretty well across the country.
We've all interrupted you from time to time, Mr. Blackmore. You can go back to your presentation now if you want to, your next interruption.
Yeah. I don't mind being interrupted. That's pretty well the way I operate anyway.
You're going to have a few more yet, because you have a lot of information that
Not a
we
problem.
really want to hear.
Okay, what I've done is we were asked to give a presentation here today. So since we started the inquiry, I went back to the teams that were involved in the inquiry after we wrote up a submission that we figured might be applicable for us. We sent it back out to all the teams that were involved. We sent it to Macovig, we sent it out to Corner Brook, Grand Falls, Deer Lake, ourselves, and sent it back and forth, adding things, removing things, and what we come up with is what we think we would like to see as a ground search and rescue operation in the province. We are, as I said, in my opinion, lucky. We do have a good crowd to work with, and everybody is passionate at it. So I'll read out what I got here. If you have any questions, I'm sure you will interrupt at the time. Feel free. Throughout the discussions during the ongoing Newfoundland and Labrador GSAR inquiry, the Newfoundland and Labrador Search and Rescue Association raised a number of concerns in regards to the capacity to respond to GSAR incidents in Newfoundland and Labrador. Although previously discussed, the association feel it is necessary to document changes necessary to ensure teams and members are sufficiently prepared to respond to search and rescue, emergency management, and disaster response within the respective regions. These measures would improve response and prevention capabilities, ensure best practices are followed, increase training capability, allow for equipment upgrades, most importantly, provide a means of protection for our professional volunteers. Provided the Department of Justice and Public Safety is willing to work close with the association to increase and expand the current funding and partnership model, the association could then achieve the support and level of the collaboration required to improve the response and prevention capability. And as everybody's going to hear throughout this, we're looking for money, basically. That's what this is about and how it goes. To facilitate these improvements, the association is seeking the consideration and implementation of the following items: proper consultation with government and other emergency service agencies when making decisions directly or indirectly affecting GSAR. Too often, the association is not consulted with when decisions are being made, which affects our membership and the way we typically left fighting to make changes after the fact. The association should be provided the same level of respect as any other first responder agency within the province, paid or non. Sufficient funding, we think, should be given to us to hire a full-time administrator who would answer to the board of directors and give direction in regards to the administration, logistic achievements and activities within the association. The individual hired would have the knowledge and skills required to comprehend and effectively coordinate with GSAR partners and stakeholders. Adequate funding to hire 2 full-time training officers to take direction from LSA administrator and the board of directors so that we can do training across this province. Things that we like to see help us out is the removal of radio license fees across this country from Industry Canada, which would save Newfoundland and Labrador Search and Rescue Association $16,000 a year. We pay just to have a radio sitting in our truck that we might use and we might not use, and we have to pay $16,000 a year. Makes no sense to anybody across the country. Funding commitment to provide an Algoma insurance policy to cover commercial general liability, accident, death, dismemberment, and the directors and officers' liability. The Algoma insurance policy that I talked about, policies, are designed for SAR by professionals in GSAR. Currently, Newfoundland is the only province in Canada that does not provide this policy, as Government of Newfoundland and Labrador has self-indemnified the risk, which nobody can explain what that self-indemnified to me means. Property and equipment coverage for all vehicles, assets, should be provided. Insurance protects the GSAR volunteers when they're called out by the RCMP, RNC, Canadian Coast Guard, municipalities, Department of Health, or FESNL, or anybody else in government. Each team should have access to an operating grant throughout the association for expenses related to operational costs, licensing of vehicles, maintenance, repair vehicles, equipment, and infrastructure. It's not very good when you've got to go out and start selling chocolate-coated almonds to help pay the light bill. The grant should be proportional to the size of the team, as well as the infrastructure and equipment being maintained. The association teams are required to have yearly inspections on vehicles, road equipment under the Traffic Services Act of the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure, which creates a financial burden that the teams can't handle. Funding for the team, regional, provincial, and multi-jurisdictional exercises are needed. Teams are struggling with the increased cost to conduct weekly or monthly training activities. This funding will coincide with the implementation of training officers and positions. Funding for subscriptions, purchasing and renewing of imperative communications devices such as you've all heard, InReach systems, satellite phones. We have to buy them. Hopefully, if the association can buy them, we'll give them out, but then the poor old team's got to try to pay $20 a month to keep them activated. Sustainable money for data management. Our AMERX and ID system, ISRI mapping systems, license and upgrades are required. Funding to support a controversial remote pilot aircraft system, drones basically. Program include equipment and training following certifications under Transport Canada regulations. That is a program that we can put drones in teams, but then the teams have to go out and do their own certificate, get their certification from Transport Canada, or you're not allowed to fly. Funds to upgrade data automated external defibrillators. We did have a program that we gave every team out there external defibrillators. Now they're after reaching the end of their life. And right now, I'm looking at a bill roughly of $50,000 to replace them all. Sponsorship for mental health education and prevention programs, training for SAR teams. This training would be for the responders to ensure they are provided important prevention and response training to cope with critical illness and stress. There should be an EAP type program, which we have stressful situations they encounter while performing their SAR duties. Has to be made easier to be able to get. We would also like to see mental health first aid courses provided to our members to ensure that they are prepared to aid victims requiring intervention and response. It's all right for everybody to do a mental health first aid kit, but it's still $100 a person that it costs to get it done. Financial support for prevention activities within the province, such as the National SAR Prevention Program Adventure Smart, which encourages Canadians and visitors to Canada to get informed and go outdoors, which is the motto of it. And other individualized programs such as Project Lifesaver, which takes tracking devices for dementia patients and autistic prevention program, our SAR Autism program, prevention program for the first responders in dealing with autistic individuals. This is a program that's run across the country by search and rescue volunteers. Consultations regarding the use of helicopters for SAR response as well as other issues in SAR. We would like to see the helicopter deployment as follows. 4 helicopters stationed throughout the province, Eastern, Central, Western and Labrador as presently stationed. We suggest the use of a Bell 407 or A-Star with the capability of using high-line operations known as human external cargo, commonly known as the HEC system. We did put in for that. We didn't get the funding through the federal system, so now we're trying to fight for the money to do it, depending on what happens with the helicopter system in Newfoundland. For efficient and effective rescues, which is used throughout Western Canada, Parks Canada in Banff and Jasper, Alberta have been using the HEC system for years, and everybody I'm sure has seen on TV helicopters coming out with a rope on the bottom and a person in a stretcher coming out. The association presently has 7 helicopter teams in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, placed in St. John's, Bay Roberts, Clareville, Grand Falls, Deer Lake, Bombay, and Happy Valley Goose Bay, basically where the helicopters are. We recognize the need for a helicopter for nighttime flights with hoist, forward-looking infrared, and spotlight capabilities such as the Bell 412 or 212, which are available through helicopter contracts. If none of that is done, otherwise we fall back to 103 Rescue D&D Squadron at a Gander, and we have to call them to come and help out again, as usual. In the interest of saving money, the Bell 407 and A-Star are much more economical to operate per hour, and these smaller machines can be used effectively during SAR missions, whether utilized for searching or for the rescue part. These machines have more maneuverability than the bigger machines and are used around the world as the workhorse for SAR. If we only had 1 helicopter available with hoist capability, it significantly impacts response times, and as it would have to travel throughout the province to respond to calls of service and impose increased risk for the casualties due to the delays of extraction, and that's just due to their geography. You also must account for downtime, including maintenance and weather-based, along with route to the scene, which also negatively affects our response time. We'd like to see funding to upgrade our specialized teams, such as ice rescue and teams, our rope rescue teams, Zodiac boats replacement, ATV, snowmobile training, etc. As been brought up in the inquiry, implementation of a province-wide communication system, which I understand the government is trying to work on, with a radio system to have no dead zones and hopefully internet access with it. Implementation of free license registration, as I brought up in Nova Scotia. The association feels that in order to continue to respond and operate as a professional search and rescue association, that we are sustainably funded would need to be put in place. It is the opinion that we would need $2 million for the first 2 years in order to bring all teams up to the same operating standard and equipment. This will mean that a 20-year-old vehicle or a boat or Argo would be retired and replaced with newer gear. A lot of our vehicles come from volunteer fire departments that they're no good there, then we get them. However, after that, $1 million a year after the first 2 years would be sufficient, sustainable to ensure that it remains stable and effective without the need to spend significant time fundraising to keep equipment running, continue training, and ensure teams keep operating. Newfoundland and Labrador search and rescue teams currently provide on an average of 125,000 volunteer hours per year, having a value of $3.1 million under the standard that is used at $25 an hour. It is sustainable funding was established to reduce current fundraising burdens and also the impact of retention of volunteers as we lose good trained professionals every year due to the burnout from fundraising and other unnecessary commitments that we have to do.
Thank you, Mr. Blackmore. I know there will be lots of follow-up questions. I have a number, and I'm sure other council do as well. They're going to take us some time. I'm not sure, Mr. Commissioner, when you plan to take the morning break.
We can continue.
Okay. Sorry, what I plan to do, Mr. Blackmore, and other people may jump in here, other council, as there's a topic or they feel my question could do with some clarification or pursuing. So right now, I'm just going to walk you through some of this as sort of notes I took at the time. Sufficient funding to hire a full-time administrator. Obviously, there's an organization of 20-something teams and 700-plus members requires a fair bit of administering. Who's doing that?
Right now, sir, that's my job. I'm on an average of now 40 to 60 hours a week being punched in, and if we are to continue on that, I think we should have a full-time administrator, and I'm not looking for this. I'll make it up front, not for me, because I'm getting used to back out on that end of it. But I think if we're to go ahead and continue to run this association the way we see it, we think that someone from our association should be picked that knows the system, knows the people, to be able to run it.
So right now, you are retired from your career in the fire service, I understand.
Yes, sir.
And you are, despite being retired, despite your 50 years of volunteerism, you're still putting in, you say 40 to 60 hours a week as a volunteer administrator.
I think anybody who knows me pretty well understands that I am putting in 40 to 60 hours a week. And all the teams out there, as the search comes down, I'm usually notified, because if they do need anything that they don't have at their fingertips, I might know where to get it from each team. So really, you're on call 24/7. But if we had the full complement of people that we need to run this, it could be spread out a bit.
You sort of anticipated my next question. From reviewing the various instances we've looked at, the various searches, your name is on all of them. And usually it's something like, check with Harry Blackmore about the possibility of calling in this support, or check with Harry Blackmore about some piece of equipment or other. And these were not calls typically at 1 o'clock in the afternoon or something. They seem to be as likely to be 1 o'clock in the morning. Is my observation correct in that, are you getting calls based at all hours of the day and night to play a role in coordinating search teams, to play from various places, to play a role in getting equipment to various places?
The way we have it set up, it may be, as the Commissioner called me, I'm the daddy of the search and rescue teams, is that when things are being looked at, if something is needed, doesn't matter what time of the day or night, because most of our searches happen on a drizzly old foggy night, is that if a team needs something they don't know or don't have access to, I pretty well have a idea of where everything is. We do keep a pretty well a worksheet of that type of equipment, and we can actually phone up the team, tell them what we need, get it ready, and we do have an agreement with the RCMP and the RNC that if we need to bring equipment or people from other organizations or team, they'll help pay for the mileage and the meals to get them there.
So give me like an example, something recent where this had to happen. A team needed a piece of equipment, you got involved, how things unfolded from there, just to help
Okay.
us understand.
Well, recently, we'll use the one in Mary's Harbour, where Deer Lake Search and Rescue Team, they have a boat with side scan sonar on it that the RCMP approached the team to go to Mary's Harbour, which they did. Other avenues that we have used during the winter, we do have a airboat, we'll call it. It's like one of these boats you see on the guys on TV hunting alligators. That's the way it operates. It's a big motor on top. We use that for ice rescue. We have sent that from, it's stored in Barishwa team over in Stephenville Crossing. More than once we have brought that across the province to different teams to help. No different than if we take another team, if they start to run short on members, they'll be brought in. We've had searches that we've brought 5 and 6 teams together. Mostly the time, if a search continues, we'll bring 2 to 3 teams together to help augment the people that are there, because we say we shouldn't be working any more 16 hours a day, but that doesn't really follow through with us. Most of the teams, if they start in the night time, they're usually on the go from the day they went to work that morning till sometime the following night.
The Mary's Harbour search you spoke of, that of course, as we all know, is the search for the 2 fishermen who went missing out of that community. That of course is marine search and rescue. We are here for ground search and rescue, but as we heard in the Makovic incident, in the downed aircraft, which also is federal responsibility, are you saying that the ground search and rescue team from Deer Lake was called to assist the search for those fishermen, was called out, tasked by the RCMP?
That's correct. When the search up there was turned over to the RCMP, just as the same as the air crash in Makovic was, the RCMP were contacted. They got a hold of the ground search team. Myself and Sergeant Williams, he knew where this machine was in Deer Lake. So he took it upon themselves to have that moved up there with, I think it was 4 members went with it. And just the same as in Makovic for the downed plane, it was a D&D response, but the weather was so bad and such a bad blizzard, the Cormorant couldn't get down to the people that were there. And when they actually were talking to them on the radio, they said, you handle it down there, they're going back to Goose Bay, and as soon as it cleared, they'd be back. But the search team from Makovic actually travelled 86 kilometres over frozen ice to get to an air crash where 1 man survived and 1 man passed on.
We looked at that in some detail. I believe the morning of the 9th of September in Makovic, and there's an exhibit there. I believe it's Exhibit 70 something. I simply can't recall. But for anybody who's interested in reading more about that, it's quite a good summary prepared by the search manager Barry Anderson. Is one of our exhibits. If you do you take vacations? Do you leave Newfoundland? Do you go to Florida? Do that kind of thing?
When I'm on vacation somewhere, basically, if I'll let it know that I'm gone, then Roger Gooby from Central Newfoundland will take over, and he can pretty well do the same thing I'm doing, or one member of our executive can do it, so that we always have something in place. We do have a full list of everybody's email, phone numbers, home, cells, everything else, that if something happened, they can't get a hold of me, that's not a problem. I can die tomorrow morning and this will go on just as well as I was ever there. Doesn't matter. And that's the way it should be. But one of our other coordinators would have information where most of this equipment is, and they then would help out the team that would need it.
If in the horrible event that you did die tomorrow morning, I think we had this conversation not long ago, and you suggested perhaps that Roger Gooby, who is the exploits search and rescue coordinator, would step in.
That's correct. Right now, Roger is the vice president, so here he would step up. We also have a Mabel Tilley from Holyrood team. She's the secretary. And within the area, we have a regional director from East, Central, West, and Labrador that are also on our executive. So pretty well everything that comes out on a need-to-know basis right across the province is forwarded out to all our executive each time. And now we're all getting ready to do the COVID last year. We didn't, but we have our AGMs. Last year we held everything by Zoom meeting, so it was a bit different. But everybody on the executive would know all the pertinent information that's needed across the province, and that way then everything can come together very easily, no matter who's around, or if you can't get a hold of one. And as we know, the cell service, you may be at a service area, but they can get you one way or another.
I just want to follow up a little more because Roger Gooby, for example, works full-time. He presumably doesn't have 40 to 60 hours a week in his already busy life to do the stuff you do.
Right now, Roger doesn't, or the rest of them, they're all working, so I guess I take up the slack for it. But that's just the way we decide to do it. But most of these people that do work, their employers know what they do because they're after giving them time off and everything else. But it works out that, I guess, between all of us, we can pull it together and keep it together. It's the same right across the country. There's always a lead in each province with a full executive to back them up. So they're all volunteers. It all works. How it works, probably nobody can explain it, but it does. And I guess it's just that the passion that we take with it, we do. So we just make time for it. As with me, when I did work, I was with St. John's Regional Fire Department. I was told by the chief, if a search came down and there was enough people on duty, pack up my clothes and go on. If not, spend at least 15 minutes on the phone to get someone to come in and replace me and go on anyway. So employers take a major role in this in helping us. Just specifically in Labrador West, our team down there, anybody who works with IOC, if a search starts, they're let go and from their jobs so they can take part in the search and go back when they're finished. And that's not everywhere that happens. It would be great if it do, but it does happen. And most of the people involved would go. As you spoke about Roger, his company he works for, he can pretty well go. And come and go as that part unless there's something major. But otherwise, that's how search and rescue works.
I guess I hear you, and it's obvious that a number of people are working, volunteering very, very hard to make it work. But thinking, down the road a few years and all of us, have our moment on the stage and then we're gone. How sustainable is this model without you there 40 to 60 hours a week in the long run? And is that part of the thinking that lies behind the request for a full-time administrator?
That's basically what's behind having a full-time administrator with us, because that way that person, he or she, could easily fulfill the role that I'm doing, no problem. But the volunteers that are out there that need support throughout this, we brought up the administrator because they would keep their ear to the ground. They know what's needed out there. Specifically, why we said full-time training officers, just as the auxiliary in them have, is so that we can go to the community to do training and fulfill the needs that are needed instead of trying to bring one person out, teach them enough to go back and teach their own team. It is a lot easier for us to go into the communities, but as volunteers, when I'm trying to do something now, I have to get one volunteer that can get this weekend off, and he has to coincide with the volunteers in the team that can get that weekend off, so we all do the best we can.
The training officers, that leads to, I guess, the next question, the following paragraph in your submission. What specifically would those officers do? And I'm asking that. You and I have had discussions. I know what it means, but for the benefit of the room and of anybody following this, what kind of training, where would it take place, who would be the trainers, who would be the trainees, and why is training important? Tell me a little bit about those things.
Well, the training itself is very important because without the training, things can happen and it will cause problems for our volunteers in getting probably hurt. The type of training would be the national standards that we use, the Pacific standards. If a team needs help in getting some new people trained up to a certain level, they can help with that. They'll also be able to keep up to date all paperwork of training, who got what, who doesn't have what, making sure. Any specialty courses such as ice rescue or anything else that we do teach, they would be able to go in and train the teams. Right now, the way, and I'll just use ice rescue as an example, we have given the equipment to every team out there. We've trained the best we can. We held a training session around the province in 2 spots last year, plus Labrador, and trained the people to go back and train them. But you have to understand, when a person's coming in for training for a weekend, we're bombarding them with enough information that they want 2 sleds to take it home. If we bring our people into the community, they can come in for a week instead of just doing it over a day and a half to 2 days, because you have to get back to your own families. So this is the aspect behind us of having a administrator who can keep control of everything and 2 training officers who can make sure that everything is done. And this is also done by the Coast Guard Auxiliary the same way. It works out great as the way they work, and that's the way we think it should work here because of the area that we have to cover and the amount of time we have to spend with each team.
So even if you have a team, say, and let's use the example of Rigolet, since we've been to that community, we have people from the community here, and we heard, for instance, in the search we looked at closely, the search for Burton Winters, that individuals were rappelling down Strawberry Head at one point as part of the search, and it may be for, and I understand that they were doing that with relatively minimal training. But if it was decided that was something that was important, the idea is that a trainer would go in there with the equipment and explain to people how to do it or how best to do it and so forth. So is that the way, what you're envisioning?
That's the way we envision it. Like you brought up Rigolet, last year when we did ice training, we had one person from Rigolet come to our training. He came by snowmobile because the plane couldn't get out, so he decided to come on anyway. So
Where did he go to from Rigolet?
he came from Rigolet to Goose Bay
Okay.
for a weekend of training. This is a young person going back to a team to try to teach everybody and show them exactly how ice rescue is done. And this was the first time that person had ever seen any of this. So between the equipment that we showed him, that's enough to probably envision for a week of how to use it all, along with the training. He then went back and has been trying to get everything moving within Rigolet. No different than in when Makovic search was on, that the guys did do some rappelling over some ice, and I can pretty well safely say that if any of them had to get hurt, it met no standards whatsoever. So by having the proper training officers go into these communities, whatever community needs it, we will show them how to do it, and then hopefully be able to supply the certain amount of gear that they have to use. Because in using all this stuff, and I'm sure all you people are aware of this, there's all standards out there that we have to try to follow, from NFPA standards on rope and equipment to different standards under Transport Canada or Industry Canada and everybody else. So it's making sure that everybody is using the proper equipment. When we do rappelling, we don't go to Canadian Tire and buy our rope. It's a specially made rope. It's called Cormental. It's roughly $1.50 a foot, and it has a shelf life of 10 years. Whether it's used or not, you throw it away. So everything on that type stuff is what we have to make sure. Belts that we use for rappelling or anything else like that. A belt for one person is $600. If we go to use it, if we get into our HEC system, it's another bit of a few dollars because of certain certifications. But the big thing is to make sure that the training and the certifications follow with the team, so that if anybody gets hurt, God forbid that they ever do, But at least if you know got your proper training and you got your proper equipment, the chances of actually getting hurt are a lot less than if you don't know what you're doing.
And the thinking is that that is best delivered by, rather than somebody training somebody and then they train people, to go directly to the people who are being trained by a trained training officer.
We do try to do train-the-trainer programs, but when you're starting out with these heavier programs, having a full-time training officer to go in and be able to teach within the program and teach within the team, and between 6 or 7 fellas getting training, just in case something gets left out that the trainer, if we're doing a trainer-trotter program, does forget, because there's an awful lot of information thrown at you. There's also, once we do this, there's usually a two-year recertification on all these programs that you have to do. So it keeps building and building and building the confidence of the trainers within the teams then. And as usual, teams come and go, people come and go. So you keep refreshing people and retraining people. So that's the reason we think the full-time trainers would be a lot better than just trying to bring one person out once a year if we have the money to be able to do it. And when we do it that way, we can only pick one thing a year usually, maybe 2. But this way, if we have full-time training officers and administrator, we can keep control of it. And if something comes up, you can go into a community and do the training right away.
When we heard from the, I believe it was the exploits, rather the Deer Lake team, one of the, but no, I think it was the exploits team. You know the guy when I mention it. The chap, Dave, spoke about wanting to deliver mental health first aid training to his team, and was prepared to do it, but simply didn't have the resources because this training comes at a cost. It's specialized training delivered by external experts, and they understandably charge for their time. Is that a scenario that is often faced, that there's simply there's a desire to do specialized training, there are people willing to give it, there just isn't the funds to finance it?
Basically, you're correct. Dave Morrow is who you're talking about.
You're right, yes.
But every team has a Dave Morrow. We all want to do certain courses. We have gone the route of doing our instructor courses with first aid, for example. But even we go out, we send someone to become an instructor in first aid, that's $600. But then every time he has to teach our own team, which we then thought would be free, but we still have to pay roughly $75 to an organization to be able to use their books for first aid, which is a program everybody here I'm sure has done. But as Dave said, it's something to do it as an instructor, but then it still costs us, and we're saying average $100 a course per person to be able to teach it. And it's in order to be able to do it, and one thing would happen for sure if we did teach a course and someone got hurt or something happened to somebody, and it was just that Harry Blackmore came in and taught us the course, we didn't get a certificate from St. John Ambulance or Red Cross or whoever to say that it was done. If something happened, I don't have anything to prove that they actually did the certified course that is being done or offered by these organizations. So the train-the-trainer route to us is starting to become less helpful in some of it because of the cost of being able to do it beyond that. It's different when we take an instructor and they're made an instructor status by a rescue company to teach high angle rescue. Once they come back, they can teach high angle rescue or whatever we're teaching to the group, and the certificate is given out by the association because they have met all them standards by that instructor, because we don't have to pay per person back to the main company. So everything that we try to do is a train-the-trainer, but right now, lately, we have been, for first aid courses, we either try to strike some kind of deal with them or just up and pay for it and try to go the best way we can. And most of the time, unless the team is really healthy with money, if you want a first aid course in our group, you pay your $75 or $80 yourself. And most people pay it, I must admit. Anybody that's really having a hard time paying it, I'm sure the teams or the association will step in and help them.
I think the thinking is now we'll take our morning break.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Blackmore. You're not finished being grilled yet, so we'll continue on. We've used up, made up for the time that we lost at the beginning, and also I think Mr. Williams, you asked to be excused around this time.
Yes, I probably won't be able to make it back after the break, but I will be here for the full afternoon session.
Thank you. And there may be others in the room who want to ask questions. You can clear that through Mr. Budden. If you'd like to ask any questions, he'll just make sure that they're appropriate for the stage we're in. And we'll pick up in 15 minutes, please.
All rise.
Thank you.
did Jeff go? Oh, he's there. Tommy is not coming back, right? Okay. Jeff? Will I say all rise? We're ready to roll. We're ready, yep. Okay. All rise. This Commission of Inquiry is now in session. Please be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Just for the information of the room, we will probably be continuing for another hour or so, and then break until 2 o'clock. And Mr. Williams' questioning of this witness will occur at 2, and perhaps Ms. Philpotts as well. So we'll continue on, though, Mr. Blackmore, if you're ready. You mentioned, and this is obviously outside the authority of provincial inquiry, but just for information purposes, if I understand you correctly, Industry Canada charges the NL SARA or its teams $16,000 a year for licensing fees?
Yes, sir. Industry Canada charges radio license fees for every radio used across Canada.
Okay, and there's no exceptions made for groups that are in, such as here, they're not for personal use or personal benefit, therefore the benefit of the community at large through facilitating search and rescue.
No, sir. We've written Industry Canada from national, provincially, etc. Every province and territory has. We've gone after Public Safety Canada to go after Industry Canada to try to get the fees revoked. And we are still today fighting that battle.
Okay. This Algoma insurance policy, if I understood you correctly, you're saying that, and you're saying this, I guess, from your knowledge as with Canadian Search and Rescue Association, the NL SARA is the only team in Canada to not have this policy of insurance, the specialized policy with Algoma?
Yes, sir. When we first started and put this in, the Department of Justice at that time, we dealt with the ADM Paul Noble. He did buy it for the first 3 years for us. It was a policy that was put in place to take care of volunteers from getting hurt, to being sued, to damages for environmental. It even comes down to the part of you are filling up one of your boats and you waste gas and water. The insurance covers all that type stuff. It covers pretty well everything that we're at. At that time then, someone in their wisdom decided, no, they're not going to spend the $50,000 a year to pay it for Newfoundland. We're going to self-indemnify, and that's where it's been at ever since. We did take the policy as a full copy, about 1.5 inches thick, brought it into them and said, well, it better cover all this. And to this day, they say it does, but we honestly don't know. And therefore, all the rest of the provinces that didn't have it have finally come on board. They've all seen it. Their legal people have gone through it. And when you see 9 provinces and 3 territories take it up, there must be something good about it. So we think we should have it also.
Okay. A couple of questions about coverage, and this is, I guess, something I've been asking you about for some time now as a matter of concern. Firstly, is it your understanding that the indemnification policy that the NL SARA has with the provincial government of Newfoundland and Labrador is in place even if you're being tasked by a federal agency, not a federal agency, but being tasked for a federal purpose, such as the aviation search in Makkovik?
As far as I know, yes.
So when the RCMP tasked the Deer Lake SAR crew, GSAR crew, to assist in the Mirrys Harbour search, which clearly was a marine issue, your understanding was that that indemnification was still in place and still covered those team members.
Yes, sir.
And as well, I understand that there is some form of coverage available with Workplace NL. Can you tell me your understanding of what that coverage is?
Some years ago, we went to government and asked to make sure that we were covered by workers' compensation under occupational health and safety. We were told there was a program in place through the federal system to take care of it, but we weren't sure. So when we kept at it, we went and seen the ADM that was assigned to us at that time to make sure that workers' comp was put in place for us. A number of meetings were held with the Workers' Compensation Commission, and after that was done, workers' compensation was put in place for all our members, and it was also put in place for CASAR at the same time, as they can be tasked provincially also.
So your understanding, just again, I just want to get some clarity on this. If you were hurt by you, I guess I mean a searcher who was any searcher was out on a operation and perhaps fell off an Argo or something and broke her back and was off work for a year, or perhaps never was able to work again. What is your understanding of what Workplace NL can do for that injured searcher?
Right now, we're told that we are considered employees of the government if we're on a search. We have never, thank God, had to go find that out. But any time that we have had any searcher that has been hurt on a search, it's always our AD&D insurance that kicks in that we pay for ourselves. And we've, up to this date, like I say, we haven't had to have a workers' compensation file. What is exactly there for us, I don't know. And trying to get the final answer on it is not easy, but we did meet with workers' compensation at that time, and we were written into legislation and was passed in the House saying that we're covered. As to exactly what we're covered for, sir, I could not answer you.
And I anticipate I may know the answer to the next question, but I want to ask it anyway just to get on the record. Is your understanding that if the GSAR team is tasked by the RCMP pursuant to an area of federal jurisdiction, just as we discussed a moment ago, as with the Makovic downed airplane search, or now perhaps the Mary's Harbour search initiated out of the Deer Lake RCMP, that Workplace NL coverage is in place just as if it was a provincial area of jurisdiction?
Yes, sir, that's correct, and that's the reason why we don't self-deploy to any incident. It has to be directed through the police, because the rule is that if we are deployed, we have to have a police number, file number that covers us off, and that works exactly the same as if the Department of Health called me tomorrow to go out here on the Outer Battery to pick up somebody with a broken leg. The Department of Health is requesting it. We have to phone the RNC and have to get a file number just the same as any other team would phone the RCMP.
Okay. And just obviously, if somebody were to call you directly, what you would do, I would assume it goes without saying, is you would direct a person to immediately call the RCMP. And so when you said earlier in your evidence that if somebody calls you, that's not going to do them any good. In actual fact, you would see that they were put through to the RNC or RCMP.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We've heard a bit of evidence this week about some of the technology available, and we've heard it piecemeal, a little bit here, a little bit there. So now that we have you here, I'm just going to put some of this to you again. I'm on the second page of your material now, Mr. Blackmore, your submission, and I'm looking now. I think the second full bullet point down. Funding for subscriptions, purchasing and renewal of imperative communication pieces, such as InReach satellite tracking units and satellite phones. And again, we've heard a bit of evidence about this, but it would be helpful to me if you were to tell me again what imperative communication piece is, what you mean by that, and explain a little bit about some of the ones you use and how they work and how important they are.
The equipment we're talking about here is that, as everybody knows, in Newfoundland and Labrador, cell phones don't work everywhere for sure. And the systems that we use among our own teams are VHF radios. So naturally, anybody who's after been using radios in their line of work knows that Newfoundland's quite hilly. And you can go from the top of one hill, talk to somebody, you go down on the other side, you're in no man's land. So these devices are all satellite tracked. A satellite phone is exactly what it is. It's a phone that connects to the satellite and comes back to you, which is ideal. Matter of fact, even the pilots of the Cormorant all carry satellite phones with them in their helicopters now as an extra way of communicating to the general public. But in-reach devices or spot devices, whatever you want to use, and don't forget your personal locator device, they're all satellite tracked. A PLB, as is known as a personal locator device, when you push that, it goes to Trenton. Trenton picks it up. The message is relayed to the appropriate province through the appropriate police force, and hopefully a search is sent out to get somebody. In the same way spot is used, it goes to a company in the States and comes back through the same way. InReach, one thing that we like about the InReach system among our teams is that it's a device that has satellite tracking, but it also gives you the ability to be able to text back and forth to your coordinating command post if you have to. And at least that way, at the command post, we can follow you where you're going. If you're going wrong, we can tell you. But if you find something, you can text it back to us. We can text back to you and find out what's wrong. But it's the only communication device right now that we have among the teams. And how we got them is that through our few funds we got a couple of years ago from the government, we went out and purchased 2 InReach devices for each team. And we said the team could have them. They cost us roughly $800 each. So we gave them to the teams, but the problem is that they had to activate them and pay the monthly subscription themselves. So what we're saying is that out of this money we're asking for, the subscriptions for this type of equipment and sat phones, because everything that's out there to do with satellites has a cost affected to it, that we would pay for that for the teams so they don't have to go out and fundraise.
And just for absolute clarity, a satellite phone, unlike a cell phone, is you're rarely if ever out of range. Is that correct?
There are certain spots in the country that, and depending which servers you got, there are dead spots, but as the satellites pass over, you may end up picking it up as it goes. There are sometimes you won't get a call out right away, but as compared to a cell phone, it's 1,000 times better, so that at least when you are in light of the satellites, at least you can get a call out.
When we were in at our Cornerbrook session, we had a presentation from a gentleman named Doug Germani, who is a retired pilot who is quite involved in the Bonvay search and rescue team and also in Casara. And he gave quite an informative presentation about the InReach system that showed, among other things, that you can track all the team members in almost real time, give or take a few minutes. So that'd be possible that if you had 6 snowmobiles deployed out in the field, the search manager would know at all times where those snowmobiles actually were, or at least where the one with the OnReach system on it was. Is that your understanding as well, that the technology is that precise?
The technology is that precise. You can set them different time limits. Most people set them to click in every 10 minutes. When you have a command post set up, as long as you have cell service, you can actually track them on a computer, and you can have each one of them comes in as a different color, you know them. When there's no cell service to download it to your computer, you can share your track from one inReach to the other inReach, and therefore the incident commander has an idea of exactly where everybody is. If something goes wrong, then it's only push the SOS button, a letting line comes up, and then we send the appropriate resources to wherever you're at.
So you've been around the search and rescue world a long time, long before any of this stuff was out there. How beneficial are these communication systems with regard to team safety and with regard to effectiveness of the searches?
For team safety, it is the only safeguard we have right now, for sure. Hopefully with this new radio system that the province is talking about, that will help also. But to be on the very safe side, the inReach system is what we use. We can share this with any phone. A lot of times, as you spoke earlier, the plane crash in Macovig, when the team left Macovig, the coordinator up there, Mr. Barry Anderson, he shared his track with me, and I followed him on my cell phone here in St. John's all day long till they got back to their base. So it's a safety system that right now we can't do without for each team. And it comes down to the part that whether the team can afford to keep paying for the subscriptions for it. If they can't right now, with the few dollars we have, we pay for it if a team can't do it. But most teams do pay for it themselves or get a grant within their community somehow to do it, because it is the lifeline for ground search and rescue.
And again, for those who weren't there, you will no doubt recall that the search conditions in which the Macovig and Northern Peninsula searches happened in were essentially blizzard conditions, weren't they?
Yes, both the Macovig search and the Northern Peninsula search last 2 years ago, both of those occurred in blizzard out conditions where the skidoos couldn't see the tail light of the next skidoo to them, so they basically crawled along. And that was the only way the command post, or CP as we call it, whether it's in a building or a vehicle or whatever, that the commander had any chance of tracking where his people were. And without that, especially, I'll use the Macovig one, going across sea ice out there, they went across 80 odd kilometers. So anything could happen. At least with that, you can push a button to hopefully bring more resources. Now, in blizzard conditions, not everybody can respond to everything. It is what it is. And you can't see 2 feet in front of you, you can't see 2 feet in front of you. And you just take your time and go along. But these devices that are used are the lifeline that we have for help and just keeping peace of mind back to the command post.
And again, those searches not only were blizzard conditions, the terrain was, well, you mentioned sea ice, but they're also extremely rugged terrain, including almost what you could call mountains. Yes,
just the same as Macovig. The guys on the Northern Peninsula looking for the 2 snowmobilers. The conditions were that bad that they would be going along on snow what they thought was level and wouldn't know nothing. They almost roll their skidoo over because they go over a hill, and the way the snow drifted up, so that the conditions out there, being truthfully, wasn't safe. But as many as I do know, ground search and rescue people, we usually push to limits, which we shouldn't, but that's the way it's done. And it does come into different things. The snowmobiles that they used up in the Northern Peninsula, most of them came back with every mirror and the windshield they had on them broke off from rolling over and hitting stuff, because the conditions were that bad, they just couldn't see in front of them.
So it's fair to say, or I put it to you, I would suggest that in circumstances like that, an inReach system isn't a luxury or a toy or anything like that, is it?
No, those systems that we hopefully use between the set phones and inReach systems or Spot or PLBs, all that type stuff to us is a lifeline, is something that we can't do without. And every team out there now has them. They are using them, even though they are paying for them their own selves, and they're always looking for me for money, and I won't pay it, so I make them pay it themselves anyway. But the team itself out there knows that this is the only system they have that is 100% and I'll say 100%, but probably 99% effective for what we do.
We'll get to this, but just while we're in the moment, how are they paying for it themselves? Where do they get the money?
Right now, each team within their fundraising, I know our team alone, we have two, costs us $44 a month, and we do it through recycling is how we pay for them. But other teams maybe having ticket draws, different things. I know different teams have things on the move. Other people get grants through different organizations or whatever, but we usually find a way to come up with it somehow.
Thank you. The next thing is more terminology that I'd never heard about before I started this. MWorks data and ID management, ESRI mapping system, licenses, upgrade requirements, data management. There's a lot of pretty technical terms and language there. Tell me what that's all about.
Okay, our MRIC system is just a system that we buy. No different than could in a lot of teams in Western Canada use what they call D4H out of Ireland. The one we use is the same. The system that we use was developed under the National Search and Rescue Secretariat Initiatives Program. Nova Scotia was the first one in Atlantic Canada to use it, and it's the same system that's used for all of the ships off the coast when they call in for medical support or they need the cormorant to come get them or whatever. That's all gone through there. All the medical people that are involved in it go through that system. So it's a system that we use for recording all our information on a search, how many people are there, how long they're there for. Any information or anything that happens at a search is in this file. Maps can be downloaded to it to show different things, but the system that we have, it goes through now. Luckily, now the provincial government 2 years ago started paying that for us, so that's $20,000 we don't have to raise anymore. And it's a system to track all the teams across the province, all the people. I can open up my computer here now, and as a master control, I can go in and I can look up every single person that we have in our association, their medical condition, or anything else, because it's built the system that if we go out and one of our searchers do get hurt, and you think you know the people next to you, but someone goes down, you don't know what's wrong with them, you can bring up their name and their medical information so that when the appropriate ambulance people or medical people turn up, we can give them full information, and this is all consented by them prior to putting it in, because we're not allowed to give out the information otherwise. But it is there, and it's, besides your own team having access to it, there's only 7 of us in the province that have access to everything that's on it.
The combination of the InReach technology that you talked about, the satellite tracking units, and the mapping that is referred to here, does that mean in practice that when you're in a search, the search manager, or I guess you back in your home, can actually see on a map where every single, say, snowmobile or search team is?
The way our system is set up, we do have radio tracking, which is each radio has a GPS type thing built into them. But you have to remember that's VHF, so therefore it can go down behind hills and we lose you, and then you can come up and we'll get you again. It is a map that we have systems put in our different command posts that we bring up on a screen as you see in front of you, or on a TV screen or something, with the map of the area. Once you add in these radios and InReach devices, they are plotted on the map so that we can follow you where you're going. And if we can see where you are, like I say, we can tell you go left, right if you have to. But the way it is that everything on the map, and this is done through ISRI Canada, that's a mapping program that's used worldwide. We do purchase that at a very reduced cost. If you as a government official were to buy it for your department, it probably cost you $25,000, but we pay $150 per team. That's what we get it for as a volunteer organization and a non-profit organization. So then we give that to every team. And what we've done with the mapping now is we've entered a an agreement with the Department of Lands and Resources, I think it is, to have a full copy of every map that they have in their system throughout Newfoundland and Labrador, with all the trails, pole lines, ponds, etc. on it. And that's on a terabyte drive computer that we send to every single team. We've gave them a computer and we gave them the mapping program so they can use it.
So if you're doing a search, say in, I know in Stephenville, and you know somebody's missing a particular area, you can call up this high quality mapping. You can track your team on it in virtual real time, which would also show, be able to show where the team has already searched and so forth. That's all possible in this world we live in.
Yes, sir. The way this works, and there's an exhibit there somewhere shows all the lines. I think we used it earlier. Is that each one of these radios leave an actual line on the map, and you can set them right down to 3 seconds, up to 10 minutes. How long you want them to beep in. If you got 20 radios out there, it's good to space them out a bit because the system gets overloaded a bit. But if we put a radio up in a helicopter, we track the helicopter. That moves a lot faster than any of us. So therefore, we're tracking it all. But as we have every one of them that we put in there, we give them a number or name, depending on what we want to use. And as they cover the territory, we know where they've been and where they haven't been. Like that way, at least we can say this area in our all probability is 75% that they're not in there, or 80%, depending on what we're doing. If we're doing a hasty search, as we talked about earlier, or we're doing a creeping line ahead or a sweep line ahead, what you've heard it called, the probability of detection goes up naturally. If you're shoulder to shoulder, it's pretty well you're going to scare out everything. Every rabbit that's in there, you're going to move it. But if you're looking for a person, when you're that tight, you will find them. In hasty teams, there is a possibility you could pass them. And searching with aircraft, there's a possibility you can pass them because they may be outside the search area. But at least now we know, as you've seen in other diagrams that the Cormorant gave you when they showed their track in Grand Falls, Windsor, they did their expanding square, and you can see where their lines were. Well, we have the exact same thing.
Obviously, the search and rescue world has changed pretty dramatically from when you started, and even from our searches, it's changed significantly in 10 years. How do your teams keep on top of this changing technology to be able to use it, to get the necessary technology and to use it most effectively? How does that happen?
The way that happens is that the executive basically keeps on top of it. Now, if any one team sees something out there that looks that they can use it, I'm sure they'll come to us. But mostly it's controlled by the executive, how we keep all these systems up and find out about systems. And that is part of our connection with the national organization. What's good in one province is good in another. So therefore, when the connection is made, if it looks like it'll work here, we try to get it. As I said, we bring every team together once a year. We show them any new technology that we have, how it works, things like that. And if we think it's going to work as a imperative piece of equipment, we will make the necessary trips to see people to get it and try to get government to help support it with it for us so we can buy it, get it out to the teams, and then we'll start a training program in which right now the way we do it, as I said, is if we were training people on the Emmerich system, we bring one from each team together, show it to them, and they go back and try to show the team. That's the reason we're looking for the training officers, is to be able to go into a team. I can go to Deer Lake, set up 6 computers, and we can do 6 people in the team at one time, which makes a lot more sense than just trying to pile all that information in one person's head.
And it sounds like from what you said that as this technology comes along, it requires that NL-SARA get the mapping, for instance. Am I hearing you correctly that you're getting good cooperation from the various agencies, the provincial government, for uploading that mapping and so forth?
Yes, sir. The mapping program, we have one person who happens to be in one of our search teams, which doesn't hurt. He's the one who's in charge of making sure that all of our mapping is up to date. So every year, the Department of Lands and Forests, I think that's what they're called now, but they will take the information that they have, and then they'll upgrade everybody's computer outfit to it, so that no matter where you're searching in this province, every computer is loaded with the same equipment or same mapping. Now, you can isolate it so that if a person is in Nain, they don't really need no worry about St. John's mapping. So they just isolate their mapping, grid it off, take it out, and use what they need to use. But every team has the exact same thing, and you can show every road that's on it, every path. If government services have it, or a community that has their community flowing by a plane for mapping, if they have it, we have it in our computer. And this day and age, paper maps from where we started on the roof, on the bonnet of a truck, trying to lay out a paper map, and compasses trying to figure out what we were doing, is changed drastically from that, is to, like I said, you see it on the screen now, it's all done and laid out. And then once we circle an area that we want to do, we can print it off and add anything else that we need to add to it.
That leads nicely to the next topic, drones. And I'd like you to tell me what the Rovers have, your team in St. John's, what some of the other teams have, and a little bit as well, you, not to ambush you with this, but you told me that you weren't always a fan of drones, or you weren't always appreciative of them, but something happened to make you realize their value, and maybe you could tell us all of that.
Okay, to do with drones, that's a upcoming technology. First, when it started, we had our, I'll call them our computer geeks, I guess, that wanted to play with all this type stuff. So we weren't exactly over ambitious in getting them because of the cost of them. And so the team wanted to buy one here and there, and like, it doesn't take long for a cost to run up. How we got into it here in this area is that we had an autistic child that was lost here in the Googles area. We had the support of 103, came in with the Cormorant in the first night.
Cormorant helicopters, yeah.
Cormorant helicopter from D&D 103 Rescue. The next day, the Government Provincial Aircraft Universal came in. And all these machines are great for when we're looking for someone that wants to be found. But to an autistic person, depending on the type of autism he has, they hide away from loud sounds. And if anybody has ever been underneath one of these helicopters, especially the yellow one, the sound is unreal. So after 2 or 3 nights, we said, okay, we're pulling everything out of here. And we actually shut the scene down, took all the trucks out. We placed 4 police cars out, and we had 6 fellas stay in the woods all night, just listening. And sure enough, 8 o'clock next morning, we had them. So once we seen that, we said, okay, the answer to this is definitely a drone. So we put on a campaign here in this area to get a drone. Now, you don't have to have a $1 million drone, but we kept getting ours at the time. We do have infrared on it and stuff like this. We have optical zoom cameras. When we put our camera up, we can put our drone up here in this parking lot right here, and we can tell you the color of a house over in Brigus. No problem whatsoever. We can't tell you what they're eating for dinner, but we can come close to it. So we just went a bit overboard with it probably on exactly what we got, the infrared part. We've used it. You set it up so that it picks up a certain temperature or an anomaly with ours, and we've picked up a temperature. Once it locks onto a temperature, it follows that temperature if it's moving. And we actually looked for a person in the Boot Cove area here about a year ago. We picked up a heat source at 300 feet. We didn't know what it was. We sent a team towards that heat source, and as we kept getting down, we brought the drone down, because you can bring it down pretty close to things. We found 3 robins in a nest. That's how accurate this thing can be. Now, it's only another tool in the box. It doesn't find everything. That's just not the way it works. It's just the same as everybody. We don't find everything. But different drones are out there. Now that drones are out there. It is Transport Canada certified. You have to be a certified pilot with advanced license to use the drones we're talking about. Right now, there's different drones out there that you can get with optical zoom on them and a certain amount of infrared. The drone I'm talking about that we have right now, ours can take a life jacket and bring it over to you and drop it on your head. But that's just an add-on that we put on it, and we got $135,000 into ours. But for $10,000 now, you can get a decent drone for the teams that they can use, providing they have a license and certification with it. You don't just take these things and put them up. You have to have special authorization from Transport Canada to use them. Even every time we use it here in this area, we have to phone St. John's Tower, inform them where we are to get permission to be able to use it. It's never usually a problem, but at least everybody knows what's what. And we're not up that high. They can go to 10,000 feet, but most of the time we're at 300. So we're not usually not that high. I know Casara has started to put drones across the country now. I've seen theirs, a nice machine that can be used. And Doug Germani, as we said, he's been practicing with one of these over in Parks Canada. And trying to basically see where we're going to go with it. Is one other tool in the box that may help search teams for quick deployment. One thing we do like about the smaller ones, they're compact, that you can put them in your backpack, walk to the top of Grossmore Mountain probably, and then put it up. Because you have to use them right now, you have to be in sight of your drone. We don't have any drones out there that are legally allowed to be used, only in sight. You have to keep an eye on where they're at. And that way it's controlled, and if any planes or helicopters are in your area, the tower usually notifies them. Even the drone operators, they have to have a radio with them at all times, listening for aircraft or whatever, and let them know that we're in the area. How it usually works with us, if we're using a helicopter in the system, once the helicopter comes on scene, we'll go in a different area than they are, or if they're close to us, we'll put down and they take over. Because the eyes in the sky with the helicopter, in my opinion, are still better than the drone. Because you still got to look at this screen. You're trying to pick out everything that's on it. And depending on the time of day and everything else, things look different. So we still depend on the helicopter as the main source when we're looking for something from the air.
Okay. Two follow-up questions about drones. I think I understand, but just for clarity, were you saying that the child who was suffering from autism was frightened of the large machines and was hiding, but the drone wasn't so loud as to frighten him and it remained visible? Or he might remain visible? Was that the thinking, or am I missing something?
Yes, usually we can put a drone over the top of your head, and at 300 feet, most of them you can't hear. So therefore, it works good that way. The cameras and the infrared that's on them can be operated. But if that's over the top of your head at 300 feet, you probably won't even know it's there. And that way, it gives us a chance to be able to pick up a signature, probably spot them with a camera, and be able to put 2 or 3 teams in there that you can actually go find them. One thing we did find out with the little guy that we were looking for, he used to get in at the base of the trees under the branches and hide when he heard the helicopter coming. And
He told you that after the fact, or he told somebody that?
after we had found him, he told us that. His parents had told us he's frightened to death of water, and he walked across 2 rivers up to his neck. So just trying to get clear of the loudness of the helicopters. So that's different things you pick up. That's information that's there. We pass all this information also on to the Autism Society, because they help teach search and rescue about autism. There's actual programs out there for it. And it's just knowledge that we pick up as it goes. It works for everybody. And that way then, if we do get drones for the other teams down the road, that's something that we'll pass on. But everything then is totally licensed and certifications before anybody puts it up in the air. I know our team, we have 6 pilots. I might be in control of the team, but if I put my hand on that drone, I don't belong getting smacked. And the crowd that's taking care of it, they're quite possessive of it. They take care of it. It's not something that you can just throw out. It costs us almost $5,000 a year just to insure the damn thing.
We heard last week from one of your drone pilots, 23-year-old Melanie O'Brien, and so you've trained one of your newer members of your team to use this very expensive piece of equipment.
Yes, any of the crowd that's coming in, we have one guy that's basically, he's in charge of the program. But anybody on our team who's interested in it can apply to become a drone pilot. Now, they keep it between 6 and 10 people because you don't want too many at one time. But there's a certain amount of education got to go with it. You don't just say, I'm going to become a pilot, and then you got your license. Is quite extensive course that they have to do, 40 hours, and so much training and so much flying and everything else before they can get their license. And once that's put off, we do find that some of the new people that are, we'll call a high-tech organization part of it, when it comes to moving those little control buttons, a lot of them know more about it than looking around this table, probably more than us. But the younger people really tune in onto it. They're quite possessive of it. They're quite proud of it. And they do a lot of work with it. It's fine when we use it on the search, but the training that goes with it, they actually practice once a month, I think it is, and for 2 or 3 hours flying it, picking up stuff, dropping it off, and trying to find stuff. We actually put people out in the water during the different times, coming on the dark, to see if they could actually go out and find them by not telling them where they're at. And it works out that way to give them more practice.
Yes, because I believe Ms. O'Brien told us, or somebody told us, that there's something up in excess of 40 hours of training required to, I think, before you could even begin the actual drone training. So it's quite an extensive program.
Yeah, there's 40 hours of training has to go into it first, just in reading, flight simulators, different things that you can put on your computer for flight simulators. Then they actually get a small drone and fly it around your living room, no more than you buy at Radio Shack, just to get used to it. Then we upgrade them to a little bigger drone. They can go out and fly around the parking lot. And eventually, after they actually pass their exam through Transport Canada and get their advanced license, our senior pilot then will take them out and learn them how to actually operate and fly the bigger drone to start their program and become a pilot full time.
So a lot of commitment goes into that.
A lot of commitment goes into it, and a lot of, I would say, pride to keep it there, because it's not something that you can just, when it lands, take it and throw it in the bag. It's got to be cleaned. It's got to be batteries changed. There's got to be propellers wiped. Everything has to be cleaned off, put away, and kept ready for the next mission. Just for us to keep going, our batteries are good for probably 24 to 26 minutes, depending on a flight. Now, the one we have has bigger batteries, so that does it. But we have 6 sets of batteries with a generator in our truck that we can keep constantly flying battery, just bring them back, change, up and gone again. So just when we're out doing that, there's one person just taking care of batteries alone.
And you told me at one point how much those batteries cost. I can't remember, although I do remember thinking it was quite a big number.
2 batteries for the drone, according to Paul Frenchbecker, he's our senior pilot, are $10,000.
Okay. The next in your material is another topic. I'm just going to read a bit to set it up. Your base talk about sponsorship of mental health education, prevention, training programs for SAR team, and this training would be for the responders to ensure they provide an important prevention and response training to cope with critical illness and stress. There should be EAP type program, employee assistance program, implemented so members can easily obtain any professional assistance to deal with stressful situations they encounter while performing SAR duties. I'd like you to tell me a little bit there about what you mean when you say a stressful situation. What are some of the stresses that go with life as a SAR volunteer? What is in place now to help them deal with those stresses, and what would you like to see in place?
Right now, we go out and do a search, and we come across some different things that different people handle different ways. The stress of it put on some people are more than others, and depending on how people react, it affects people more than others. So we've gone to the point that we bring in to different teams across the province to help out. We have people coming in from the Mental Health Association to tell us, you know, how to try to cope with this thing, with stress. We've also had the Salvation Army, who are a great bunch of people. They have a critical and stress debriefing program. They come in and talk to us a lot of times. As you have to remember, when we're searching, it's very stressful on the family. It's very stressful on the searchers, especially if you don't find them. And unbeknownst, if you do find them and they are deceased, well, you have a lot of different avenues that kick in to your head, and the stress with it starts to become very evident. We have had, since we started this inquiry, one person that we didn't know has been suffering from critical incident stress for the past 8 months. We didn't know it until this inquiry. He finally told us. And yes, there's people out there. We mainly depend on the police to help us if they can. If not, what we have set up is with the Salvation Army to help us out. We have done some programs to have our own pairing system in it, but we find that it's a lot of guys and gals on the teams won't sit down and tell you as much as they will tell if somebody else comes in and talks to them. So what we've been trying to do is trying to set up programs. We give them an idea by doing the mental health first aid when we can. We approach government as our sponsor for ground search and rescue. And the best thing we could get put in place at that time was the EAP program. Now, anybody who's tried to do the EAP program, that'll stress you out enough just trying to get there. So our avenue of it is that we've been telling everybody is to, and I've told every team out there this, to do with the team, that if you find that anybody on your team after has gone through some kind of traumatic injury due to search and rescue, reach out to the police force first, ask them if they can help. If they can't, as I described earlier, certain policies won't allow them. I've told them to, I'll contact, for us right now, our main goal is the Salvation Army, because they are set up very well at it. But if that doesn't be in the area where it happens, we have told them to get a hold to their family doctor or medical person, to get a hold to a psychiatrist and start the process of psychiatric help with mental health stress. And any bills associated with it is there to just have them forwarded straight to me, and then I will go to government, and most of the time we have no problem in getting them paid. They're pretty good that way, but they have told us to go to the EAP program, but we find it a bit of a challenge getting straightened up when you're not working with government. It's volunteers, just the same as everything else that we do, and it takes a bit of different going around to do stuff as a volunteer as if you were an employee of that department. So the stress part of it is very real out there now, especially we've noticed it within the last 4 to 5 years mainly. It's really starting to come up. I guess people are getting more aware of different things. And one thing now is that for our search and rescue people, the macho part is finally starting to drop a bit, that people will finally start to tell you that they are having problems, and we take them off the team. As far as being out searching is concerned, they can still hang around with us. They can come down to a training night if they wish to more or less associate with their comrades, but we do keep the person clear of actual searching out in the woods part of it, and until they have been fully cleared by their medical professional.
Thank you. That was very helpful. And there may be, we're going to hear from Louise Bradley, who's our trauma consultant for this inquiry. She will be speaking as well, so we'll return to some of these issues. And other lawyers may have questions for you too. I'm going to get back to somewhat of a more technical thing. You've already spoke about air support, which is part of the mandate of this inquiry, the air support component of ground search and rescue. And you've given a fairly detailed review of what the NLSAR would like to see in terms of air support. But before we go there, I just want to establish, I guess, some of the things that have come up at other hearings. So if I understand correctly, or I guess put it this way, is your understanding that air support is called in firstly by the policing agency? So you personally do not, as a search manager, make a call and next thing the helicopter's there?
No, that's correct. When we go to a search, the incident commander and the search manager will sit down and, as they do up their plan of what they're going to do. If they deem it necessary that we need air support, the police officer in charge will phone FES and request a helicopter. And once that's done, they handle all that area. That's not handled by the search manager or volunteer. It used to be years ago the search manager was allowed, but then they changed the policy. That's fine. We've just they phone, request a helicopter, usually for 2 hours at a time. Then we just recheck, as you've been told in this inquiry, that that's the way it's done. And air support then is supplied. Once air support is up, preferably choice for us is a helicopter. We do sometimes bring in Casera. Not often, I'll be truthful with you. But when we're looking for a person, it's a bit different than looking for something the size of a car or a plane down. So at certain speeds, now we have used the guys and gals from Casera. They end up helping us out a bit. But our choice is the helicopter because it can be small, it can be low, and it can move slow. What we're trying to find when we're in wooded areas. When somebody's trying to be found is a bit different than someone that's probably hurt.
Okay. Just to follow up on some of that, because you said a lot there in a few sentences. When you said FES, that's Fire and Emergency Services, now known as Emergency Service, which is a division of Provincial Government of Newfoundland and Labrador, of which actually Mr. Rumbold here is presently the director of. So they basically, you would, if you were, say, search manager, you would say to the incident commander, look, I feel we could benefit from air support, from helicopter air support, and assuming the incident commander agrees with you, that person, he or she would then make the call to emergency services.
That's correct.
And as I understand, as the evidence has emerged of this inquiry, the provincial government does not itself own helicopters. Rather, it has private companies, there's been several of them over the years, to which it has a contract, and that contract specifies that they will have helicopters stationed at different points in the province, and upon being called, if possible, they will send a helicopter.
Yes, sir. They will. The helicopters themselves right now are on contract here, because Newfoundland doesn't own their own helicopters. But once the call is made, and then FES or Emergency Services, they will call back. The pilot will call the incident commander and tell them we're on the way. And just basically the reason they call back is to confirm they are coming, but it's to get the coordinates off us of exactly where we are.
And when I said if possible, we've heard that there are conditions under which no helicopters can fly. It's simply the conditions, weather conditions, simply are not suitable. That there may be other conditions under which the federal assets, the cormorants, may be able to fly, but the provincially contracted helicopters may not. But the most significant issue, perhaps, is that the provincially chartered helicopters cannot fly during the hours of darkness, while the federal government helicopters can. Is that a fair summary of your understanding?
Yes, sir. Most of the helicopters that are under contract with provincial government right now don't fly after night or in icing conditions, as to where they can call in a request from JRCC, who can send hopefully the Cormorant to help out. But sometimes the conditions are even bad enough in fog and weather that they can't. But if it's available, I have yet to see where anybody has turned us down, even though sometimes we do lose them in the middle of a search. But overall, everybody is, eventually they will get there, is the best I can say. Whether it's an hour wait or two, it depends on weather and certain conditions and where they are.
I just want to follow up with that a little bit on a couple of counts. As we also have heard evidence of, and this will be explored a bit more detail, the federal government has its own responsibilities, primarily for our marine search and rescue, and any assistance it offers to Newfoundland is considered to be humanitarian assistance. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir. That's my understanding. I don't agree with it, but it is my understanding.
Okay. And when you say that sometimes in the middle of a search that the cormorant might be called away, can you give me a couple of examples of what you have experienced, or either firsthand or secondhand through your NL SAR experience, where that has actually happened?
Through our teams and our own team also. There's times we have called for the air support from D&D. Then they give us a time that they would be on scene. It's usually a couple of hours for sure. We have waited up to 3 and 4 hours, but that depends where they're at and what they're already at, because they, like as you said, they're aeronautical and marine, which is fine. But we have had them, and my problem with it is that once they're tasked, and I do understand as a humanitarian, but once they're tasked, I take it as one incident is one incident. We've had a guy with a snowmobile accident with a broken pelvis, 2 broken legs. We found him. We got a fire going, called for air support to airlift him out. Yes, they came. They radioed us. We're 2 minutes out. When they got over the top of us, the SARTEC was actually halfway down, and we seen him go back up again. And the pilot had to pull off that mission because they had a mission come up in their own jurisdiction for what they are mandated, and had to go off. I understand that's what they had to do. That's the reason I say I don't agree with it, because I think one mission is one mission, a life is a life, and we go from there. But it has happened. Same time, we've had aircraft come to us when we actually called them was sunny to be able to get somebody out. By the time they got there, the fog goes in, and then you're left again. There's nothing they can do. We understand that, but then we're left to try to bring these people out the way they are.
Okay. And I believe in the search we looked at from the Great Northern Peninsula, a cormorant was actually on the scene and had to leave because an individual had a medical emergency offshore. And I guess the point I'm making is that the primary responsibility of the Department of National Defense federal resources is marine, and they will, in actual fact, and have on occasion, disengage from a ground search and rescue air support role to leave to fulfill their primary role. Has that been your observation as well?
Yes, sir, that has happened, and as we said, we understand, we just don't agree with it, that's all.
Okay. When we heard last week from the Rovers team, there's a gentleman on it, Jack Hickey.
Sorry, Jeff, I'm going to interrupt you, but Lieutenant Colonel Marshall can elaborate on what Mr. Blackmore is saying there, if it's helpful to you, in terms of the triaging of the federal assets when it comes to maritime versus ground versus aeronautical.
That's not a bad idea, actually. If the Commissioner is happy with that, perhaps we'll have Lieutenant Colonel Marshall, if you don't mind, Mr. Blackmore, because he has been present on all these inquiries. He is the representative of the Department of National Defense here, and he's very knowledgeable about these protocols.
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay, we'll have him answer, and then following that, I think we'll take a lunch break.
Good morning, Lieutenant Colonel Marshall. Just to respond to what Mr. Blackmore was saying, it is true that on occasion we can be pulled away for other missions, but in that case, we would do some type of triage to determine which case would be more important to attend to. And when I say more important, that doesn't only mean the difference between a humanitarian response and maritime or aeronautical response. There are occasions where we would leave a ground search and rescue to go to a maritime response, but it could be a boat that's sinking that's going to need help, whether it's a pump or evacuation. It could be a heart attack victim. And in the case where Mr. Blackmore was saying a broken leg, at that point, we're going to have some type of analysis to determine which mission is actually more life-threatening than the other, similar to what a paramedic would do or an emergency room in a hospital. So the fact that we would go to what is our primary mandate isn't the only factor in deciding which mission that we will attend to first.
So I guess that raises the issue in terms of, I mean, there isn't unlimited resources. So even if the province perhaps had an S-92 or whatever, or contracted one of those things, then there would be instances where if you have two or more operations on the go at the same time, then the province themselves would have to triage.
I think the province has multiple helicopter resources available, but
I think
yes,
the point is basically you're not going to have 7 S-92s on your fleet. I mean, there will be, even if you went in that direction, you'll still be limited resources. So I think there'll always be issues with regard to triage. And it's interesting in this instance. I'm not sure about what happened in the Harbour Deep instance, whether, again, was that decision made based on this was humanitarian versus marine, or was it a decision based on the urgency of lifting that man off that boat because he was, I think, having a heart attack or something like that? Again, I'm not quite sure if we know the answer to that question, but I don't think it's necessarily as black and white as humanitarian and marine. There does seem to be other sort of factors there.
Perhaps we could revisit the Great Northern Peninsula search, because certainly that was a very crucial moment in the search for that missing snowmobile. Or I believe it was day 3 of him being missing, if not day 4. So clearly it was a moment of very pressing need in that particular search. But we'll return to these issues. They're important issues, and these are valid points, and no doubt we'll speak to them again as the week unfolds. Do you want to take the break now, Mr.
Thank
Commissioner?
you. No, that answers the question. And of course, we have the evidence in on the other issue that you've raised. There's no need to really revisit it simply because we know what the answer was. So yeah, this is a good time for a break. We'll meet again, given everyone's schedule, at 2 o'clock, please.
Thank you.
All rise.
Thank you. Yes, so Jeff, I'm just going to go home.
All rise. This Commission of Inquiry is now in session. Please be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. We are going to continue with my questioning of Mr. Blackmore and then other counsel. As we said earlier, it's going to be fairly freewheeling. If counsel wishes to jump in on a particular topic, as we did earlier today, by all means do so. We'll be returning as well to the issue of the circumstances in which the Federal Air Supports are engaged. So we had some information this morning, and that we will be returning to that topic. I assure you that, Mr. Commissioner. So we were talking this morning. We're at the subject of helicopters when we broke off, and Mr. Blackmore, as you will recall, when we had our session last week, one of your team members, Rover team members, who was here today, I believe it was here this morning anyway, Mr. Hickey, spoke about one aspect of helicopter engagement or some aspect of helicopter and search and rescue that no longer is present. And that's not much to go by, but I think you know what I'm talking about, and perhaps you can speak to that.
Okay, what that was is that when Universal Helicopters was in existence, at that time, the association had 7 helicopter teams, we had called them, set up. And what it was a bracket on the side of the Universal Helicopter that we used to use for rappelling down. Then we would hook up our ropes, get a person in a stretcher, and hoist them up with the helicopter. Over the last number of years, there has been some problems with the rivets coming out of that plate. So Transport Canada now has shut that down to human cargo. They are still allowed to use it for external loads, but it has to be non-human. So the new system, which is the HEC system, which has been around for a number of years, has been put in place or across the country in different spots. So we, as an association, put in for a grant through the federal government called a New Initiatives Fund through the National Search Secretariat. And what that fund is $7.5 million across the country. And a number of proposals are put in. When they're ranked, you're ranked from 1 to whatever. And when the money runs out, the money runs out. So last year, we actually came 15th, and they funded 13 projects, so we didn't get it. So then we have now applied to the provincial government to give us the money to hopefully be able to put this system in place. And what it is a system that goes underneath the helicopter now, 2-point attachment into 1 point down through. And I said, like in my presentation, I would imagine everybody here has seen films of people being airlifted out of the country, in the back country, on TV, where a person is dangled under the helicopter and a stretcher. So that's the type of thing we're trying to put in place now.
We spoke a little while ago about a particular mission that took place on the East Coast Trail. I believe it might have been over Labor Day weekend, but it was at some point in late summer where a hiker was going from, I believe it was Cape Spear to Petty Harbour or Maddox Cove, and ran into problems on the way. And it was a somewhat complicated operation. And do you recall that particular instance? And would the helicopter you speak of been relevant or of assistance, or the helicopter mechanism have been relevant or of assistance in that situation?
On that call, we had a hiker that basically blew out their knee. They couldn't walk. It was one. And the second one was a lady from BC hiking. And she ended up getting distraught in there. So we're after having 2 or 3 incidents out there. But the one that you're referring to is we had a person in there. If we had to have that system in place, it was a nice day at the time when it happened. We could have went in and probably within an hour to an hour and a half had that person out to an awaiting ambulance. Because at that time the system wasn't in place and still isn't in place for the lift part of it. But we needed to do a hoist. We did call back through the police and the health department requesting it. They did okay it. They said that 103 rescue from Gander would be dispatched. They were dispatched and we waited for a couple of hours. When the helicopter did turn up, the fog had rolled in. As anybody here on the East Coast Trail knows, that's the way it comes in and out. And it rolled in very thick. We couldn't get the hoist done because it was too foggy. And we ended up, what a mission would have took about an hour and a half, we ended up in the woods for 10 hours trying to get that person out. And anybody who has walked the East Coast Trail knows that that's not a trail that you can put a person in a stretcher, just pick them up and come on. It's not a 2-foot trail or a 3-foot trail. It's a cow path, basically, done up as a trail. And what, like I said, would have took an hour and a half at the best, we were at 10 hours trying to get him out with, and we used 20-odd people trying to take our time so we didn't fall over the edge of the cliff ourselves and passing the stretcher forward and forward, leapfrogging it so everybody wouldn't get too tired.
So it's not just a matter of sometimes a helicopter is just convenient. In this case, the absence of a ready helicopter costs probably, I'm guessing, but you would probably know precisely to the minute, but it probably costs a couple of hundred hours of person time on the part of the SAR team, and no doubt the individual in question was subjected to a lot more stress and misery than otherwise would have been the case. What do you think of those observations?
Yeah, we were in, this gentleman he wasn't extra big, but big enough when you're trying to carry him. He actually slipped off the side of a rock on the trail, cracked off his femur, and we didn't know at the time, but did fracture his pelvis. So what turned out that we could have done with a helicopter, like I said, in an hour and a half, was 20 people for about 8 to 10 hours, which, like you say, it's about 200 person hours in time. But just because it wasn't available, that was no surprise to us. We knew that we had to have a lift, so therefore, because we couldn't find any place for the land even close. So if that system had to be in place, we could have done it, but it wasn't, so we had to get back to the part of carrying the person out, which we've done numerous times.
And if I understand you correctly, you have 7 teams who are trained in this rescue technique involving helicopters, and they basically stand helplessly by while the person was carried out.
Yes, that's correct. We've had a number of incidents over the summer that has happened where we couldn't take him out with our own helicopter teams because we don't have the system right now. And that's a system that we use underneath the 407 or whatever. But at the most times, the last one we had was in Salmon River over towards Grossmore National Park, where we had to get 103 to come in and successfully lift the person out, but we had to wait 3.5 hours.
Okay.
I could just ask, at this point, we're in helicopter, I know you're speaking of different jurisdictions. There's been some attention publicly with respect to concerns that the St. John's Regional Fire Department have with respect to access to service, if I'm not mistaken. And I know that's the limit of my knowledge on that particular issue. Can you speak to what that's about? Because it is with respect to helicopter services, is it not?
There's no sweat for me to speak about it. I always wanted to start it up. St. John's Regional Fire Department the helicopter was put in place at that time, and this is many years ago. At that time, we were still talking about when 103 Rescue were using the Labrador helicopter. We were experiencing many times getting people off this trail out here, and it would be hours and hours left to try to get someone out. So we put this in place from Universal with this bracket. It's the same type bracket. I was a member of the Newfoundland Labrador Search and Rescue, or the Newfoundland Labrador ice blasting team for rivers, which we used to use this helicopter at that time for under ropes and all this stuff, how we use it. But we set up this system in order to be able to get ourselves out of a jam on the different trails surrounding the city here. That's what it was mainly put in place for. The helicopter itself was, any company pretty well got them. They're all 206s, 407s, etc., whatever. And with the bracket on it at that time, it worked out perfect for us. We could do a job which has been done around here, down towards Torbay, everywhere, over the last number of years. And that's what we're trying to put in place now, because it's a quick fix. We do understand now that there are other companies, possibility around, that might be able to do that part, which would fix it. But having one dedicated resource to it is not exactly what we think is right. We need our 7 helicopter teams. They're stationed across the province strategically, the same as the helicopters. And that way we can hit this from every avenue of the province that we can do.
Okay, maybe just to follow up, what is the interplay between NL Sarah and the regional, St. John's Regional Fire Department, for example, if there's a rescue on Signal Hill? Who takes the lead
If
on
it's
that?
a rescue on Signal Hill, like to do with the helicopter, anything to do with the cliff rescue part of it within the city boundaries is under the St. John's Regional Fire Department. Anything outside that is us. If it's in the woods for a length of time, we don't expect St. John's Fire Department to hike into the spout, we'll say, in their bunker gear and try to get somebody out. That's pretty well what we're situated for. But if we have to use the helicopter in their jurisdiction to do a high line, we pass it over to them and they do the high line. They actually do the training in at the back of our building, the same as us here in the city with it. And I know that for a fact because, like I said, I did set it up at the time. And all the equipment is the exact same thing, so that if we do have to do multiple rescues or whatever, we all have the same equipment.
And is there any logic in terms of, I mean, obviously the City of St. John's Regional Fire Department is funded, is municipally or otherwise.
Well, at that time when we set this up, we weren't into the helicopter rescue part of it from search and rescue point of view. So being involved in it, I took it on and met with the chief and everybody else. At that time, it actually fell under the Department of Justice before it was transferred to the city. And we set up the helicopter rescue team. This day and age now, that the way the teams are set up for search and rescue, the city could do it in their jurisdiction on the cliff areas. We don't do the cliff rescue like Middle Cove and all that type of stuff. We can, but that's their jurisdiction, so they do it. So for to do the things that are in the back country, if it's in their jurisdiction, we do it now with the Department of Health already. They have done some, but you don't expect them to go too far in there. But the way it's set up, we can easily respond now with our equipment, do the exact job, and we'll bring them out from the back country to the waiting ambulance just the same. And that way, it leaves the firefighting part to the city to stay in the city and fight fires if something happens, because we don't want to have a crew out there. If they have to go, they got at least two pumpers out there, 8 people, fully paid, fully staffed, and then they have the backfill. So cost-wise, it's definitely not effective because we're out there doing it for nothing. And matter of fact, there's meetings ongoing on that coming up in the next 3 weeks.
One of my last questions, I guess, about helicopters. We've heard the term throughout these hearings and had it explained once or twice, but perhaps you could just explain again what FLIR is, forward-looking inferred, and how it's applicable to search and rescue, both ground and air support.
The FLIR system that we use or want to be using is infrared system. It picks up heat. It also picks anomalies up, so it would pick up different shapes. If we were looking for something that was buried and we see an anomaly in different lights, it can pick it up. To have one on a helicopter is excellent. Some years ago, we actually wanted them to put them on a helicopter at that time. And if memory serves me right, I think to put FLIR on 4 helicopters was $500,000 a machine, I think, at that time. So we ended up getting handheld ones, but the FLIR is one of the bigger tools that the helicopter can use. The as per se. Everybody thinks the Camerant's got it, but it doesn't. The boys do use, in the Camerants, with their Sartex, use night vision goggles and everything else, and their spotlight, which is great. And we understand on the next refurbishing, they will have fluorine put on their machines, which would be another asset for us. So it is a good tool. We'd like to have it on helicopters the best we can, because it gives us a greater chance of using it. I have used it in the RCMP helicopter that was out of New Brunswick. She has one on her. We have used it also, or seen it being used with the plane that does offshore surveillance. But there's different levels of FLIR that can be used. And basically, the helicopter is the ideal platform for it. The drones are good with it, but they can't cover as much territory as a helicopter naturally, and they can't cover it from the same distance. So we think if you had it on a helicopter, it would be advantageous to it.
And again, just to for the benefit of people who may not be familiar with it, which is probably most of us, you say there's a handheld FLIR. What does that actually look like? Like how do you work it?
A handheld FLIR is used, fire departments use them for in houses, finding heat sources. The one that we all have, every team has in search and rescue in Newfoundland, Labrador, is a handheld FLIR. It's called the police version of it. It's used to find heat sources and anomalies if we can. We didn't have them until after the tragedy of Burton Winters. That's when they were given out as another tool. And every team has them. We do use them. But you have to remember that unless you're up in a helicopter, in the daytime, there's different heat sources. You might be able to use them off and on, but we're at ground level using them. So we can look across a pond or something and hopefully see something. And if we're walking down a trail and something is off to the side, we can actually see it. But you have to remember that we're at ground level, and optimal value or aspect with these things if they were on a helicopter.
The handheld units that, and we've seen some correspondence, at least I have, that you're right, in 2012 or 2013, provincial government did supply at a significant expense these units. Can you tell me like how much they cost? In a particular example of when they've been very helpful, if one comes to mind?
The approximate cost was $20,000 each. What has happened is that they decided to buy them. I was given the nod to find and do the research on what we needed. So we did go out, we did do the research on them. And eventually, to go through an RFP, they didn't do. They actually gave the association the money, and we bought them after we did the research on them. Gave them to every team. They're battery operated with a charged battery, or you can use AA's in them. I think it's 10 AA's goes in one pack. And they were given to every team at a cost of $500,000. That's what it cost at the time. And we have used them. We have had some success with them in finding people. But to give you incidents that I can remember right off the top of my head where it was, I wouldn't be able to do.
While we're still somewhat on the subject of technology, though different kind, I see on the halfway down your final page, quote, implementation of a province-wide communications, i.e. radio system with no dead zones, internet and Wi-Fi access. And I believe we heard a similar desire from Barry Anderson in the head of the search and rescue team in Makovic. That would be UFI radio, I believe, and can you tell me a little bit about that?
That's a radio system, something the same as Nova Scotia has, Alberta has, a few other provinces. It would be a radio system, and it's under the Department of Justice who are putting this in place for all first responders. There's multiple channels on it, how it works. And to do this system, many towers have to be built. I think the last I heard was at a $50 million price tag. I could be wrong. Mr. Neil Croak from the Department of Justice heading it up, has a very good program done up on it, waiting to be, I guess, given the green light to go ahead, so that at least we can talk, basically once it's set up, we can talk island wide. And with very little dead zones, I don't think personally in Newfoundland and Labrador you'll ever take all the dead zones out of it because of the hilly country we have. But it's supposed to at least eliminate, from what I understand, it should give us at least a 95% coverage, maybe more now from later versions. But right now I know they're still waiting to get the okay to go ahead and do it. We hope they do. At the time we were canvassed, and what would happen is that every CP that we have would have one of these radios in it, and every team would have 2 portables. That way we still use our own system in our own system for tracking everybody, but at least when we get out to a dead zone from our own system, this new system like the police and everybody else would be using, we could actually call back to the command post and have communications between there and whatever else we need.
There's an organization, and there's some representatives of it in this room, and the commission will be hearing from them, and has had some communications. The organization is called the Civil Air Search and Rescue Association, known as CSARA. I understand from conversations with you and from other individuals that they are a nationwide organization, and however, their involvement with ground search and rescue in Newfoundland in recent years has been relatively limited. Are you able to comment, I guess, on the benefits that CSARA presently has or may possibly have for ground search and rescue, and your support for ground search and rescue in province of Newfoundland and Labrador?
Yeah, CSARA is a volunteer organization also who operate smaller planes. And in Newfoundland and Labrador Search and Rescue, we did years ago, I guess in joint with they were looking to get coverage as to be able to be called out by Department of Justice or police services. We support it. And that's done, or they can actually go through JRCC, through D&D. But CSARA is another tool that we have in our toolbox when we need to use them. When we're looking for people lost in the woods, it's a very small item. CSARA was mainly set up from years ago to help with downed aircraft and everything else, and that is a bit larger. So over the years, we have used them scattered time, and I'll admit not very often. But in every search that we do when we do our planning, it does come up. And if we can use them, we will. It's just another asset. Preferably, we do like the helicopter because we're in a controlled area. But in a wide area, we have used them in Pooch Cove, Flat Rock, a couple other spots, Cape Spear, and that. But that has been the extent for me in here. I think they have been used on the West Coast a few times, but in overall, we don't use them a lot. I'll do admit that. But it's just another tool in the toolbox, the same as our drone or whatever else. If we need it, it will be used. And I can assure you that at every search I've been on, it always comes up, do we need to bring them in or not? And then it's decided by the search commander or the search manager and the IC at the search whether we use them or not.
I understand there's one particular search, and I got this from Mr. Bishop, who is, I understand, the president or coordinator of the local CSARA. And again, we'll be hearing, CSARA will certainly have the opportunity to meet with the commission, and there already has been one meeting. But this in particular instance, I understand an individual left somewhere in the southern Avalon, say Trepassey, though I'm not sure it was, and did not turn up at his destination, St. John's. And there's some thought that he may have gone through the St. Mary's Bay side of the route, or he may have gone up the Southern Shore side of the route. And CSARA was engaged to send a plane down one route while a patrol car or a helicopter went the other route. Are you familiar with that? Would that be the kind of search where, in your opinion, Casara could be particularly helpful? And if so, why might that be? They were looking for a car in this instance, a car that perhaps went off the road or something.
If I wasn't involved in that, and I'm not quite 100% sure on it, but if you're looking for a car traveling the highway, by all means, I could see Casara being used, but I would have to refer that to the RCMP because I don't actually know that case.
Okay, very good. We've heard as well about the term spotters, as in terms of individuals who are in the air looking for a missing person or a clue as to a missing person on the ground. And I have come to understand that in this case, the term spotter means more than somebody happens to be up there trying to see something. These are individuals who have certain training, certain techniques that you use to make sure that the likelihood of seeing something important on the ground is maximized. Are you familiar with that training? And if so, can you comment as to whether, in your experience, the spotters that Casara has trained are utilized in ground search and rescue, air support for ground search and rescue?
In some teams, Casara people are used for spotters. I know we have a team just outside St. John's, Holywood. They have a number of people that are trained by Casara for spotters. Our own team has some people that have been trained at the time. But overall, there's not a big lot of training done with it. We have utilised our people from years of experience looking. We're not just up there for a joyride. We do know how to look and find things. But overall, I don't make any special arrangement to have a Casara person come in. We have enough people within our own team right now, trained, in my opinion, well enough to be able to look at what we're looking for. We're used to looking for small objects. And we go from there. But the one big thing that, as I brought up in one of the other sessions, is if we do the training, that's fine, but then we had to do the retraining with it, and all that comes at a cost. So we would have to come up with some kind of monies, I guess, to rent out a helicopter or whatever. The initial training might be done with D&D if you're possible, or some of the Casara planes. But overall, we use mainly our own people. But I know there are a number of us throughout the province that do have the Casara training, because we've been trained by Casara, individuals at the time. And we just basically go with what we have. As Barry Anderson said, from years of experience, we've picked it up also. The same as you heard last week on the West Coast from the wildlife officer, who spent more time in a helicopter than, I say, all of us here in this table put together. They have never done formal training, but as for being able to find stuff in the woods that we look in, the areas, they feel that they're fairly well trained, and that that's just the way it is with us right now. So no, we do not use Casara spotters as per se. If I'm there and I do need them, I haven't got anybody else left, I would pick up the phone and call. In my area, I'd call the zone commander, or I'd go directly to Brian Bishop, their provincial president, and ask for the people. But otherwise, no, we don't.
Okay. Just one follow-up question to that. What you're saying about the training, that's true for everything, though, isn't it? I mean, any training you do, whether it's mental health training or mental health first aid training or spotting or rope training, it all needs to be recertified and refreshed from time to time. Spotting is no different.
That is correct, but one thing with the part that we do right now, for the helicopter part of it, for the guys that we use as spotters, our own teammates that have years of experience at this. So that's something that we do and look at it. Well, that's not a cost to us. They know how to do it, and we have enough searchers that they recertify enough anyway. And that's one thing that we don't have to pay for, and that's just the way we look at it.
Okay. You've talked about some teams obviously having more resources than other teams. And you told me a story about a particular team that almost had to take its main truck off the road for want of a battery. I guess my question is, we've heard about the Rovers, and we've heard from the Bay of Islands crew and some of the bigger crews. We haven't, and we have been to Makovic and Hopedale and heard from some smaller teams such as Red Indian Lake, but we haven't heard from all the small teams. And when we hear that, that's obviously something of concern when there's a team that may have trouble even keeping its vehicle on the road. Can you tell me, I guess, a little bit more about that, how that situation was resolved, and how widespread that kind of underfunding is?
It's not widespread as per se. Yes, all teams have trouble struggling because of money. The smaller teams in some of the smaller communities have a trouble raising money because you may have 500 people in the community and everybody's after that same dollar from 20 different organizations. So things that happen like that is when I would get involved with them. And this particular one where they would have had to take their truck off the run because they needed 2 batteries for their truck at a cost of $600 and they didn't have it. They were trying to keep the lights on in their building, that part of it. So when they called me and told me to remove their truck from the system, and I asked why, and this is what it was, for $600 for 2 batteries, that's where the association kicks in, says, go get your batteries, send me the bill and we'll pay it. So the smaller teams, we do help out a bit more than the bigger teams. We look at the bigger teams to raise their own funds because they're in bigger centres. And the more that we can do for the smaller teams, we would. As we did a few years ago with all the teams on the coast of Labrador, we ordered Arctic oven tents from Alaska at a cost of little over $2,800 each. We knew they wouldn't be able to raise the money themselves, so we went and bought them for them, sent them out to every single team on the coast. And that's just stuff we do. And at our AGM meetings, if there's teams that need anything, they put in their request to us. And pretty well being up front, if I got the money, they're going to get it. If I don't have the money, you don't get it. It's just as simple as that. And if we can help them, we will. No different than we move equipment around. This week, just past, we moved a bigger boat to Labrador in Happy Valley Goose Bay for Lake Millville area. And the boat that they had, which was a 16-foot Zodiac, we moved back here to Stephenville Crossing because the smaller boat was more applicable for what they wanted. So we move stuff around. We help out the teams as much as we can. And that's the reason I'm asking for the extra money, so we can pretty well get everybody up to scratch on everything. And instead of having a truck that's falling apart and you're trying to keep going, we're looking at trying to put some new equipment in some places. We did. Out of the extra money government gave us a few years ago, we actually donated $25,000 to each team if they were buying a vehicle of some sort to help with their association, with their team. And we pay so much, they pay so much. Any team that couldn't get it, and we figured they had to have it, between the executive, we make the decision, we go buy the truck for them and give it to them.
I guess this is sort of an observation or put out there for your comment. We all know that in many areas of rural Newfoundland in particular, the population is dropping, but we also hear tourism being promoted, some of the hiking trails like along the Bonavista Peninsula and so forth. So I guess you can have a situation where the population may be dropping, but the number of people out in the woods may not be dropping, may even be increasing if tourism and things like that, which could mean even greater need for certain types of search and rescue. What are your thoughts on that?
Over the past few years, with tourism being really pushed heavy, with COVID hitting, it put everybody that could walk out in the country. Our incidents went up everywhere. But one thing we did find with the COVID area, that was when COVID was really heavy on the first of it, people were out walking, they either got lost or they got hurt, but then 25 more people found them that were out there doing the same thing as them and carried them out. So they saved us a lot of work. I thought it was good that way. But overall, the areas with tourism being pushed the way it's being pushed, our numbers are up. We have had 4 on the East Coast Trail this year alone, right here in this area, from out of province. Tata was a hiking trail, and anybody who's walked the trails around here, a pair of flip-flops just don't cut it. And you need the proper hiking gear. The trails are out there. I don't think they're promoted properly as to being how rugged they are, and that. But we are picking up business, I guess you want to call it, and going from there. But the people that are out there with the tourism now is being pushed the way it is after probably doubling or tripling.
Just have a few more questions or a couple more subject areas. Fundraising, you've got a piece in here about it. The quote was, due to burnout from fundraising. And when we were out in doing some of our hearings, we heard, I guess, 2 messages on fundraising. One is it was quite impressive how relatively small communities were able sometimes to raise a lot of money. So for Exploits, for instance, gave us in detail how they raised $400,000 for a command center, and how I believe the community of Norris Arms South, in memory of a person in that community, that small community raised something like $20,000. So we hear these impressive stories of community engagement, but we also hear people saying, look, we're doing things like picking up garbage along the side of the highway to get a $1,000 donation from our community. We're having Moose Burger barbecues. We're trying to coordinate with every other charity in town so as not to have our big event the same weekend as somebody else's big event, and so on and so on and so on. So when you talk about burnout from fundraising, we've heard some of what you're saying, but perhaps you can just tell us a little more, I guess, how crucial fundraising is, to what degree search and rescue, ground search and rescue would be able to function without fundraising, and how why is it leading to burnout?
Fundraising is the main way we stay alive from everything that we do. When you're raising funds for a major purchase like a command vehicle or something like that, that usually picks up a lot of high visibility traffic, we'll call it, throughout the province and throughout the town that you're trying to do it within. So a lot of community events may do a fundraiser for you, or as in Norris Arm, this one particular lady, in memory of her husband, raised $20,000 in her community to donate to Exploits, which was good. But most of the teams that are out there do their regular ticket sales, recycling, selling moose burgers, moose bologna, you name it. And we do lose some people because we have to fundraise so much. If you're a bigger team, you've got more expenses. That's just the way it goes. So, yes, we may get a bigger team. It's great for helping out, but everything that we do and has to be taken care of, so we have the fundraise for it. And we have lost many a person that we have trained and have been great searchers on different teams across the province that have said, "Bye, I've just had enough of this. I've sold my last ticket," because every time you sell one, you got to buy 4 back. So due to that, the fundraising efforts that we do use and have to use is what we do to stay alive. We're not funded as the Coast Guard Auxiliary or CASARA are by federal funding. We don't get that. So we do what we got to do, but we do lose some of our people due to that they're just fed up selling tickets or selling burgers or whatever. As everybody knows in this room, I guess, is after selling a scatter ticket or whatever, someone's got to organise it. It all takes time and energy, and people just have got burnt out with it.
We've heard virtually every team we've encountered, we've asked them about, look, what's sort of the age range, how many of the searchers are women, how many are men. And what we're hearing everything from, I believe, exploits at the moment. I believe the entire team is male, as was true, I believe, of some of the teams you heard from, at least the team in Makovic. We also heard Bay of Islands has a higher percentage of women, I believe, with the Rovers. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's around 10% of the team is female, but 90% is male.
That's correct. Right now, I'll just be seeing you brought Rovers up. We have 14 women in our team. Now, our team is big. We have 80-odd people. But majority of people that are out there, yes, are men of all different ages. We do have some teams that have about a 50-50 split as far as being under 40 and over 40, we'll call it, or 50. But we do find that most of them are men that have been in the different communities for some reason. That's just the way it goes. We have never turned anybody down from any source. If somebody wants to join and they can meet the criteria, they're more than willing and able to come forward. We do different recruitment, probably usually in September. Some teams do it in May, but most of us do it in September. And whoever comes, comes. We've had them from, we had 2 guys in our team from Nicaragua for a year, but due to university, they left again. We have had 2 or 3 people from different other backgrounds that come, but if they're here going to university, they leave again and things like that. But overall, we just take it, the women point of it, we think just to do with family life sometimes, that's what takes people out of it. We've got 3 or 4 women with us right now that are just newly married, knowing that they will be starting up a family probably within the next 3 or 4 years. We know we're going to lose those people, but we have never turned anybody down, no matter what background they come from, they're more than welcome.
And we'll be looking at, on Friday, I believe, we'll be having a session that will look more closely at recruitment and strategies going forward. So I'll thank you for that. And we'll return to that. The last real topic I have is this is arising out of some discussions we've had and some evidence that we've heard this week. The when we think of search and rescue, what we often think about would be a lost berry picker or a lost hunter or a young person who may have gone missing and has become lost. I was surprised to hear from you and similarly from other teams, perhaps not the same degree, but that the majority of the searches that the Rovers are involved in are searches of individuals who may not necessarily want to be found. They may be suffering a mental health illness or crisis that has caused them to leave home, and the police have obviously considered it necessary to find them and have tasked the Rovers with that. That I assume is perhaps a trend that has accentuated over time in your years of involvement. So comment a little bit on that. How accurate is what I'm saying, and how does that affect how the search and rescue, how the teams operate?
Right now, search and rescue, yes, the days of when hunters used to be our top priority, they are now on the bottom of the list. There is a list out, I don't have it here with me, where hunters were number 1, now they're number 14. Mental health issues, I would say in this area right here are definitely 50 to 60% of our business. Across the province, it's a good 50%. Across Canada is about 60%. To do with different mental type issues. One big thing we do have here in this area is possible suicides. We do an awful lot of searching for people that have left their home, left a note, I'm fed up or whatever went on. The police call us to do a search. Those are the hardest searches we do for because we have no idea which way they went. They know they left their house on Duckworth Street. Now, where they went is a good question. But if they do lead us to areas, in wooded areas, it's time staking then, because basically you do your quick, hasty, but it's not as profound, I guess, as if we're doing someone, trying to find someone that is trying to be found. We end up doing a lot of grid searching, which takes up time and time and time. For us to do 1 square kilometre, inch by inch, is going to take us over a week, and that's with 24 people. So that stuff takes time, but our clientele, I guess we'll call it, right now is up from what it used to be in the mental health activity part of it. I think
And
that
I-
might answer it.
Yes, and I think it would follow logically from that some of the search and rescue techniques and approaches and training would be different than what you might have had 30 years ago when the last hunter, the last berry picker, the last couple fishing might be your biggest, your more frequent searches.
Well, as we were saying, and we've seen in searches, the outlying areas that you look at a search, and if we do and try to do in containment, and probably put people 4 and 5 kilometres out to try to work in towards it, we don't use those tactics because we know what we're looking for. It's regrettable to say that we don't find everybody in this way. It's hard, believe me, and you have to look every which way, up, down, side to side, if you're trying to find somebody. If they're out there and they don't want to be found in that way because of mental issues, they hide from us, and maybe after 2 days of searching, they may hopefully have a change of heart and we do find them. That's great stuff. But a lot of times we've had people that had written notes to us that they're going to commit suicide. We've chased them in the woods for 4 days. They were putting arrows down, pointing this way, that way. They were doing everything. And finally, on the 5th day, we did find them, but deceased. But it's just a different avenue of trying to find somebody. It's a real problem, I think, and I think Louise can really shed light on this when she gives her testimony. But it's a problem now that has been acted on by us as a association to try to bring as much emphasis on it as possible through both police forces and, as I said before, bringing in mental health experts to talk to our people.
And the search we looked at in detail last week involved such a search, and so the commission has engaged with this previously. I just wanted to return to it briefly. Mr. Blackmore, that's pretty much all I had for you. The commissioner may have questions, other people in the room may have questions, and it's also important to just make the point to you again that you put a lot of effort into, obviously an untold amount of effort into search and rescue, and you and your association have, and a lot of work into the work of this inquiry. If there's anything that's sort of occurred to you to say or that's come to your mind as I've questioned you or otherwise, anything you want to supplement your submission with, feel free to mention it.
Right now, I think I'm after, with the submission and the questions, I think I pretty well got everything on the table. I just reiterate, and I'll go back and say, as I've told some of the lawyers that have been dealing with me since November, getting ready for this, is that it's a struggle to keep it going, but we enjoy it, believe it or not. It's great for making friends within the team, ourselves, long life friends, and we just keep at it because we do enjoy it, and the end result is that hopefully we're helping somebody out. Still, I go back to as well we do it, I don't know for sure. I don't think there's any one real answer, but we do thank the Commission for this chance to hold this inquiry. For sure, when it was announced, if my phone didn't ring 50 times the first week, it was 200, because everybody, what's this going to do to us? What's this going to cost us? So we look at this now as an inquiry to help ground search and rescue. As I've told everybody, there's nothing out there for us to fear with it. Just tell the truth of what we got to do, lay it on the line, it is what it is. And wherever we go with it, we go with it.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I was wondering about Casera. Will we be hearing from Casera this week?
The Casera members are here today, and they certainly wish to put information before the commission. We have had a dialogue with Mr. Bishop, the president, and we've had a couple of meetings that were scheduled, but for one reason or another, coordinating schedules have had to be postponed. We presently plan to meet with them after hours, as terms of reference speak of various types of meetings. So we will be hearing more from Casera. I'm not sure whether it'll be at a public session, but certainly their point of view will inform the commission.
Right, because I understood they actually have a presentation prepared, is that?
I was given something earlier today, and yes, there's a brief presentation I have here, but I haven't had a chance to really discuss it or look at it.
Fair enough. Commissioner, I'm not going to have any questions for Mr. Blackmore, and I want to say that the province appreciates how thorough and thoughtful and very specific Mr. Blackmore has been in his submissions. I understand he sent this to me last night, and I actually noticed that I had it in my email this morning, and so I've sent it to my client, and I clearly, this document is going to be a big help to the commissioner when he's trying to determine what recommendations he's going to create in terms of draft recommendations and his ultimate recommendations in his final report. But I don't think the province has an interest in examining Mr. Blackmore and what NL-SARA is specifically asking happen in the recommendations. I think that it's phenomenally detailed and basically deals, I think, with every kind of issue that has arisen during the course of this inquiry thus far. And I'm hoping that during the course of this week, all these issues that he's raised that there will be a conversation between himself and the other people in this room who are, unlike myself, experts in ground search and rescue. And like I said, it's a very thorough document in terms of, I think, dealing with all the things that have arisen during the examination of the operations that we've done so far. And I guess the second thing that, certainly I will, once I've had an opportunity to review this document with my client may wish for me to comment on them in closing submissions and when we're reviewing the draft submissions, draft recommendations. But at this point, I haven't had an opportunity to review specifics of your requests with my client. And again, I think at this stage, perhaps, I suspect what my client will say, it's not really appropriate at this point to examine Mr. Blackmore, but I think that as a document, it's going to be very helpful in the long run for the commissioner, but also I think it's going to be very helpful this week as kind of framing the discussions going forward. And like I said, I hope there will be discussions between yourself and Casera and other people in this room who are, like I say, experts in ground search and rescue.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Mr. Blackmore, just a couple of quick questions for you. It's Mark Freeman for Justice Canada. What is the current budget for NL-SARA annually?
The annual current budget right now is $91,000. Over the past 5 years, we have been getting an extra $100,000 per year to try to upgrade some equipment. The $91,000 was jacked up from 50 to 75. It went to 91 when we had to pay for our radio license fees and our AD&D insurance, which brings it back down to 50 again. So our annual operating grant that we use with the province works out to be $50,000 a year. So out of that, we have to have our AGM, which we're having at the end of this month, and we pay for all the expenses for all of our team coordinators to come in and go back to their home and bring up whatever issues. So therefore, we end up with about, I'm going to say $25,000 to play with to help out what we can. Now, I'm pretty good at getting grants with the federal government. I've been around for a while, and I've sat on these boards. I know how they work. So we've been pretty good to be able to use some of that to help us out. But the annual grant from the provincial government has been $91,000 since we started paying our radio license fees ourselves.
And does that include the fundraising amounts that you get from your 27 teams? I think that doesn't include. So
I think Mr. Blackmore is saying that's his grant as opposed to his budget. I think that, so the provincial government, I think, grants his organization 191,000, 91 operating, 100 capital.
Yeah, but the 100 capital is only on a 5-year term.
Right.
Then we had to try to apply and come up with something to try to use it for.
Right, so there's other, I think there's other sources of revenue, and so the budget is not 191, but the revenue, the grants from the government of Newfoundland.
The only
amount
other
to do it.
revenue we have is fundraising.
I mean, obviously Sarnaf is a big source of.
Well, the impression you're giving that we get other funding, but we don't.
No, well, I mean, I think, because I understand that, I think you said earlier there was over $4 million in capital grants.
Yeah,
since,
like I said, we're
2010.
lucky enough to get grants.
Right, no, I appreciate that, but I mean, but that, a lot of that came from Sarnaf, is that
Came from where?
Sarnaf?
Sarnif, yes.
Is that correct? So I'm just saying, there's so, I
But-
mean, I guess my own point here is that you're spending more money than just what the provincial government is
Yeah,
giving you.
one thing about
obviously, right?
SARNIF, when you put in for SARNIF funding, it is specific, line for line, that you can only, if you're buying a boat, you don't change your mind and buy a drone. It is specific. If you don't spend it on that, send the money back. As simple as that.
Okay, thank you. I'm just out of curiosity trying to get that information out
problem.
there and try to understand it. So I was just trying to, as I see from your presentation, essentially you're saying for the next couple of years, you'd be looking for $2 million a year to get things up and running to where you'd like them. And then after that, it would be $1 million per year. I'm just trying to understand how close you are to that million number already. How, in terms
Long
of
ways off.
along, like, are you a tenth of the way there or a 20th?
Well,
of
we're
the-
getting 91,000, we're a tenth of the way there.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to tell us any more about the topic in your presentation, the Adventure Smart program, education? Is there anything more that you want to say about that? It sounds like an interesting
Adventure
initiative.
Smart is a program which has been basically done by Ground Search and Rescue. We actually have a national coordinator who operates here out of Newfoundland under the Saravac office. And what it is anything to do with outdoors with children, adults, what to do, what to take with you, how to leave trip plans. So if you're out there and someone gets lost, we can find out where you're at. It's a national program. It has been done in both official languages, run by Mr. Paul French from the Saravac office. We have had some funds dedicated through this with the Public Safety Canada through the SARNIF part of it, in that we actually supply the materials to a lot of children out there. We say if you're lost to the children, hug a tree. Basically, stay put, we'll come and get you. That's what we try to promote. We actually give out, go to schools, giving presentations, all different community events that are around we go to. We promote it as much as possible. We give out blankets to the children, little tinfoil blanket type things. They're called saver blankets to keep the heat in. And stuff like this. We actually sometimes give out first aid kits to them, depending what group we're doing. And it shows them what to do if they're lost. With the adults, we show them what to do if they're lost if they're adults. We also do snowmobile safety with them to help promote that part of it, because it is a big sport in Canada. And Adventure Smart reaches thousands and thousands of people throughout the country. Even in BC, they've started a side one of their own, run through our National Association sideline, so that they have translated it into 5 more different languages. And we're trying to hit everybody as much as possible. We do bring people in from across the country to train them how to go out and present. And we've done that, and they've have their own database now. They have their own app. You can go on your phone, download an app, so that you can fill out you're going on a trip, who's going with you, what you're taking with you, where you're going. If you don't come back by 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, depending what time you put in there, your emergency contact person would know that you didn't turn up. So if I went out and I left you as my emergency contact, I didn't turn up by 6 o'clock, which I was supposed to. So by 8 o'clock, you hit the panic button, phone the police, come and go, look for him.
All right, thank you, Mr. Blackmore. We have no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Mr. Blackwood, I have 2 fundamental areas I just want to touch on. And I know and I understand 100% that the majority of your presentation and your submission to the inquiry has dealt with financial requirements, because obviously that's got to be first and foremost. It touches upon every aspect of your activities. But from an operational side, for the benefit of the inquiry, I've said to other witnesses that, you know, this inquiry can serve a couple of purposes. It's not only recognising faults that may exist in the system, but improving them. The whole idea of recognising them is to improve them. So without going through all the case studies that we've done, but you've sat through all the evidence that we've had here in terms of case analysis. And if I could just take a minute to speak to what I see as how the system works very generally, I want to get your feedback on where you see operational, and what I'll call operational, whether it's the appropriate use of the term or not, issues arising. If you had to identify, so I know we could use more money for equipment and more money for licensing, etc. But my understanding is if I get lost in the woods of Terranova, a call, the way the system would work is that a call would go from my family saying, I'm late coming home. It would go in Terranova, obviously, to the local RCMP dispatchment. If they determine after, you know, their analysis, further resources are required, or further effort, I should say, are required, they will contact the local ground search and rescue team. That team then deploys and determines whether or not they need resources. Those resources are either going to be, first off, is provincial, right? Yep. And if that can't serve the trick, we go to federal through D&D, and it continues. Is that a rough, accurate description of how it works, generally?
In a nutshell, yes, that's how it works. It does expand up and down with that, in that once your family would notify the police, they would do an automatic, I guess, small investigation. But for you as a person that would have got lost up in Terranova, we'll say, that would come straight into the police. The police would obviously recognise it as a lost person. You're correct, and they would notify the appropriate team. That team would go in, set up, start do the search, find out what area you were in, coordinate it, and then call for whatever resources are needed, whether it's more from our association. In a big area like up there, if you were up there, I would say they would call for provincial resources to do with air services. And if they weren't available, probably depending on the time and everything else, it may go up to the JRCC for D&D resources, or probably some other private contractor that we have seen around helping out, and go from there. But that's, in a nutshell, you're pretty well on the button for how it works.
Okay. So what I guess part two of my question is, from your experience and from what we've seen in the case studies that we've done, and more importantly, from your expanded experience, having dealt with literally probably thousands of cases over the years, where do you see problems within that system? Well, we've just highlighted, and what I mean is that, from my understanding, you know, NL-SARA, the boots on the ground in all of these, police coordinating our incident commanders, the province and the federal government supply support. But if you were to address the commissioner and say, look, here's the frustration levels I have, and this is not to be critical of any one group or agency or anything like that. What I'm trying to get at is, where can we improve the system? So do you run into issues with groups on the ground? Do you run into issues with communications up the line? And I'm not saying that the system is riddled with these, but it's an opportunity for you to address what you would like to see as efficiencies in the system as we just described. Is there anything in particular that you'd like to speak to on that end?
I guess particularly our biggest frustration is training, is the number one issue. That we do the training the best we can with what we got, and we're grateful for what we do have. But it does make it easier if we can put a very robust training syllabus in place with people to go out and teach it. The communications part of it, when we start a search up and down the line, there are frustrations with it. We understand that it's got to go up to certain avenues, whether we're going through provincial or federal. A lot of it sometimes doesn't make any sense to us.
What do you mean by that, though?
If we're calling for a helicopter, we understand it has to go through the appropriate process. That's fine, but sometimes if we're questioning, they have the questions, I guess, for some reason. But we're not phoning just for the sake of a helicopter. We're phoning because we're out there and we're looking for somebody to try to help. But as Mitch just said, that throughout, they haven't turned us down, and he doesn't see it happening. But there are some times that we look at it and say, you know, what's holding this up? We need this, and we need it now. If we start to go up through the federal side of it, it takes a bit more bureaucracy because we got to go through the JRCCs, we got to go through their permission to get it to us because it's a humanitarian thing now, not a SAR call under their jurisdiction, which is understandable. But we would like to see a few more easier ways to get to the top, I guess. In that, and I do understand the police do the call for us, not us, but between the search manager and everybody else, they did decide what's needed. And I think some of the communications could be streamlined. I can't say for sure because I'm not in on that end of it, so it's just thinking that. But some of the stuff that we see, one of the big things that we see as a search and rescue group is when we're out looking for somebody is the recovery. We have no time for any federal or provincial authority telling us we're not responsible for recovery. I have no time for it. It leaves us in a position that we're dealing with the family. I've been out there in areas where this has been very bad, in that we almost had to risk our own lives to get a person from water. And that is the biggest number one thing, I think, is that, yes, I know there's rules out there, but I think that needs to be looked at heavily, in that a search is a search, whether we're bringing that person home or alive, to the family, it does make the difference, in my opinion.
So
Probably mine only. But
just to stay on that, so just for the benefit of those who may be watching or listening, is that from a search and rescue perspective, there's two different terms. Lots of times we use them kind of intermingly. Correct me if I'm wrong on this. But a rescue mission is the effort that goes in to looking for an individual up until the point that they are either located alive or they're located deceased. Upon the point in time that it's determined that they are deceased, is that when it becomes a recovery mission?
it does, but for search and rescue purposes, and both federal and provincial have been all right with this part of it. If we're doing a search and we do find a person deceased, they don't pull a helicopter away from us. They just, well, basically we don't tell them anyway, but we would continue on, and the rescue mission would take place as it always does. Both provincial, like I said, provincial and federal, both of them have helped us out with that. The problem is when something happens and you got to go get somebody in a different time state, that people, as the system is not set up properly, in our opinion. Is a rescue, whether a person is alive or deceased, we have to get them if we can and return them home. And that's how we, under search and rescue, the same as D&D, same as provincial, I guess, is that a successful mission is when we can bring that person home, regardless. And it's one big team effort. SAR is a team. SAR is called across the country. And we just need to tweak a few little parts of it, in my opinion. Coast Guard, D&D, ourselves under the GSAR part of it, is that it's a team SAR. Hopefully we'll all work together to bring home the person.
Okay, so from a technical standpoint, both provincial and federal, if it is determined, if the call comes in that I am out in the woods with a buddy and that individual has passed, how does that change, or what resources? And if you report in that you got word right from the start the person's deceased, does that mean you cannot get resources?
That is the rule. If it's a recovery, they won't come and get them. With me, If I was in the woods and you were with me and you're deceased, you'd never be deceased till I seen the helicopter coming. That's just the way it is. But under the rules, neither one of the federal resources or the provincial will do recovery. Hopefully that will change. It's something we'd like to see changed. I know their mandates are what they are, but to me, I take one mission at a time. And the same thing if you're in the country, as happened a few years ago here on Western Newfoundland, where a gentleman, his father, died of a heart attack in the country a long ways back, and it took him 2.5 days to get out with him because they had to go get boats and everything else. As a matter of fact, some of the police were involved in helping them get out, but recovery wasn't part of the issue of being able to go get them, pick them up, and come on.
Okay, thank you. Just to switch gears a little bit now, if we could. One of the issues that you've touched on, and one of the more lengthy, if I can call them recommendations or submissions that you've made, is with respect to the deployment of helicopters. And again, I don't think I need to review what the system is. We all know it. I think everybody has a general understanding. But at the current point in time, how does NL-SARA determine whether or not a helicopter is available? So we know in daylight hours you will use provincial resources first, and then secondary resources, if it's determined to be humanitarian, would be federal resources. In the nighttime, if you determine that search requirements are needed, does it have to be federal then because there's nothing else available?
Right now in Newfoundland, if a nighttime operation is required, we still phone FES, who would drive it up their chain through Air Services, I guess it is. And if we're looking for a helicopter now, right now, Cougar has a opportunity to be able to be deployed in this system also. Not sure what the contractual part of it is, or D&D. That's the only two assets that are available. Some years ago, when Cougar was around, there was nobody flying from the oil fields, and they had a helicopter. They could help us. I know under the present circumstances that the provincial government is supposed to use them first before D&D under the protocol. How that all transpires, that's not within our division. That's totally up to FES and Air Services. So that's the way it is right now. That's the only options we have is either provincial, either with a provincial contract helicopter that they have, if they contract out Cougar for part of it, or they go to D&D. That's the only thing we have right now.
Okay, and how often are resources other than D&D utilised, whether it be Cougar or anybody else?
I wouldn't have the stats on that completely. You'd have to ask that through, I guess, FES.
Okay, but your experience, I'm not looking for exact numbers. I'm trying to get a sense of how big a deficiency is nighttime capable helicopters in Newfoundland search and rescue outside of D&D.
Okay.
And we know D&D can do it.
I think from my experience, from what I understand, to do with nighttime operations when we need a helicopter, I would say it's probably 15% of the time because of people getting lost or goes into the nighttime. It also depends on the person that's lost. If we're looking for a hunter that we know is just overdue, he's well equipped in the woods, it may go to the morning if it's a nice warm night. Wintertime is a different story also. But from what I understand, I would say probably 15% of the time it goes through D&D. We have had Cougar on a couple of missions with us, but that's the only two options we do have.
Okay, all right.
And I could be wrong on the number.
Okay,
I'm
that's generally...
shooting in the air right there now.
Yeah, no, that gives, I just want to get a sense, but I'm not looking to get any specific numbers. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Bunn, remind me, Ms. Philpott, can you introduce yourself and who you're representing and then follow through with any questions you might have, please?
Alison Philpott, and I'm here representing the Concerned Citizens for Search and Rescue. Two members are seated behind me here. So we We didn't have really a whole lot of questions. The one that I had sort of in mind from this morning may actually be more directed towards Mr. Marshall, just stemming out of the conversation that we had between Mr. Blackmore and Mr. Marshall around the federal government's primary responsibility. So would it be okay for me to ask that now, or should I wait for another time?
Yeah, so I'll just ask, do we have a specific schedule? Otherwise, I'd allow her to ask the question now.
Without knowing the question, my inclination would be to say, Mr. Commissioner, perhaps let the question go ahead, but I should say, out of fairness to the witness, the Lieutenant Colonel Marshall made some comments earlier today. I spoke to his counsel, just trying to put those comments within some sort of policy context, and I believe they're going to inform themselves to speak to us a little later on this week. But just wanted to advise the Commission of that. In the meanwhile, that may be where Ms. Philpott is going, or she may have something else in mind entirely.
Are you okay with that? Get to the stage where we are speaking specifically about those issues and then ask the questions then?
Sorry, so you would mean after they've had the chance to address the question that you'd put to them, Mr. Budden, or?
I don't have any issue with the question being asked now. I just wanted to let you know about that conversation.
Right.
So that and it may be that you may ask the question now and it may not. And the Lieutenant Colonel may ask to have the answer deferred. Hard to know without knowing what the question is.
And that is.
Let's go ahead and ask the question, and then if it needs to be deferred, the federal counsel can let us know.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, thank you. And I was going to just say that we had a chance to look into the triaging issue, I guess, with multiple SARs. If that's where the question is going from this morning, then that's fine.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It was simply just curious on whether there was written policy regarding the triaging exercise that Lieutenant Marshall had discussed earlier this morning. Something that, would set out the factors that should be considered when trying to make that determination.
Yeah, Lieutenant Colonel Marshall, I looked up the policy during lunch, and what I did find is it's under the OIC responsibility, so the officer in charge of the various regional coordination centers. And it's part of his duties to in response to multiple or simultaneous SAR distress incidents, to set the priorities for the allocation of resources. So basically, the OIC of the JRCCs has many years of search and rescue experience, and he would use those years of experience to come with the best decision on what makes sense.
Okay, thank you. So we'll have a look into that. And also, Mr. Blackmore, thanks very much for the information that you provided and your contribution to search and rescue in the province. I did just have a brief conversation with my client before I'd been given opportunity to speak, and I think that you did have a question. This is Merv Wiseman. He's a member of the Concerned Citizens Group, and if he's comfortable, would it be okay for him to ask?
Yeah, why don't you share a microphone unless we have a freestanding one?
Like to.
And we do.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, we got one there. No? Please.
Okay, just very quickly, and in keeping with the theme that we're on, with regard to the work that the organization that Ari is involved with, we've heard about search and rescue and recovery, but there's another significant component to it all, and that's prevention. I'm just wondering, have you, your organization, been involved on the prevention side? And to what extent? And is there, in your mind, a connection, which I believe, a significant connection between recovering a recovery and a prevention in the first place? Thank you.
As I said, our prevention program is to do through Adventure Smart. That's what we use as a program to make sure that we do all our prevention work with. We used to also do one on heavy on boating safety through Transport Canada, but they cut that out, so we had to give it up. But everything else that we do is done through prevention, through Adventure Smart or snowmobile meal safety, etc. But it's all under the heading of Adventure Smart, which you can look up on your internet there. And it gives you the full suite of programs that we develop in. I think that's what you need. I'm not sure.
So I guess the obvious question from that is do you feel that you're covering all the bases of prevention, or do you see some significant issues that wouldn't fall within your mandate or the scope of the work that you do that you can point towards maybe some future recommendations on the prevention side for the inquiry? Thank you.
For ground search, we do our mandate that we have for ground search. To do anything with boating now, that's under Canadian Coast Guard Transport Canada section. We don't deal with that. I think it should be back in the realm of what we used to do. We actually had 5 trailers going around doing prevention programs on boating safety, doing boat inspections and all that type of stuff. But Transport Canada decided to cut funding to supply those trailers. Matter of fact, they actually took them and sold them off, so they didn't even give them back to us to be able to use it. And any materials we wanted to give out, we had to go print ourselves. So when it got costly for us, we said, no, that's enough of that. So we just continued on with our normal prevention, which was for ground SAR, and that's where we are.
Thank you very much. I neglected this morning to have everyone introduce themselves. One of the components of an open commission like we have is to ensure that we recognize and are able to name all of the participants, all of the interested party and public here. So I'll get the freewheeling microphone come out there, Ruth, to the back, and we'll have people introduce themselves, see who they are and what their interest is in the commission, and then we'll come around to all the people at the table so that the people who are sitting down can know who each party is.
Morris Murphy. I'm with the Board of Directors for Casara, Newfoundland.
Manette Ledrew, Casara St. John's Zone Commander.
Rick O'Neill with Casara St. John's.
Hi, I'm Jack Hickey. I'm with Rovers, and I'm an instructor with the Newfoundland and Labrador Search and Rescue side of it as well.
Merv Wiseman, retired Maritime Search and Rescue Coordinator, and currently the chair of the CSAR, or Concerned Citizens Newfoundland and Labrador.
Retired Captain Wilfred Bartlett. I'm with Concerned Citizens right now, but I was a founding member of the Canadian Marine Rescue Auxiliary. It was called at one time, now it's called the Coast Guard Auxiliary, volunteer group that have been involved in some fairly large rescues over my last 40 years. I'm very proud of the work that I'm doing, and I'm still a lifelong member. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move around to the table then, beginning with Marcella and going to the back and to the family so that everyone gets a sense of who's who.
Hi, my name is Marcella Mulroney, and I'm the Hearing Clerk Administration for the GSAR inquiry. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Peter Ralph, and I'm counsel for the province of Newfoundland and Labrador.
My name is Mitch Rumbold. I'm the Director of Emergency Services Division. So we assist the police in providing air support when they require so.
Hi, my name's Corinne Bedford. I represent the Department of Justice here, actually Canadian Forces and RCMP.
And Mark Freeman with Justice Canada as well.
Lieutenant Colonel James Marshall with the Royal Canadian Air Force. I work at the Search and Rescue Section in the Canadian Joint Operations Command.
Sergeant Daniel Williams, in charge of the RCMP's Emergency Management Section, which oversees search and rescue administration for all search and rescue teams in RCMP jurisdictions.
Hello, my name is Paul Carter. I'm Executive Director with the Department of Justice and Public Safety and Executive Contact on the Ground Search and Rescue Inquiry.
I'm Ruth Steele. I'm the administrator for the inquiry.
My name is Natalie Jock. I'm Burton's stepmom. Rodney. Sorry about that. Rod, Burton's dad, is back home in Makovic, and he's watching our boys so that I could be here.
I'm Stephen Rice, and I'm Burton's stepdad. This is my wife, Paula.
Can you hear me? I'm Paulette Rice. I'm Burton's mother.
My name is Edna Winters. I'm Burton's grandmother.
I'm Allison Philpott. I'm legal counsel for Concerned Citizens or Search and Rescue.
Harry Blackmore, Newfoundland and Labrador Search and Rescue.
Tom Williams, I represent the Winters family and any other families affected by the Commission seeking legal advice or assistance.
Richard Smith, Ground Search and Rescue Expert for the inquiry.
Jeff Budden, Commission Counsel for the inquiry. My role is to assist Commissioner Iglesias and also to represent the public interest. Thank you.
So if we go to your exhibit and the first page, this is a question for Mr. Blackmore. The paragraph that says proper consultation. So you mentioned earlier that you've had good relationships with the Department of Justice and Public Service with respect to how NL-SARA works, but here you kind of mentioned that there's a little bit of an issue with being consulted rather about decisions. So can you give us an example of when you felt that you'd been left out of any decisions that were made where the government had a chance to speak with you?
Basically, where this came from was that our association, as we went across the province, felt that we aren't consulted enough when decisions are being made as to which way we're going to do things, aircraft-wise, whatever. If there's other things to do with prevention activities out there, sometimes the government comes up with different programs. They've also mentioned retention with us. It's nice for us to talk about it, but if people are dealing into it within the public service, we haven't always been brought into the conversation until after it's gone around for a week or so to being how things should be done or how things shouldn't be done. Other things are that people have said, when we're doing a search, why don't you only call 10 people out instead of calling 30 out? You have to remember we are a volunteer organisation, so we say no. When we put a call out, we call out our full team because we don't know how many we're going to get to start off with. We can always scale back, but most of the time, all of our volunteers need to be out there anyway.
Thank you very much. Scrolling down to the paragraph that begins, each team should have access to an operating grant through the Association for expenses related to operational costs, licensing, maintenance of repair vehicles, and so on. And that the grant should be proportional to the size of the team as well as the infrastructure. NL-SARA teams are required to have yearly inspection of vehicles and road equipment under the traffic service of the Department of Transportation. So what is the solution to that then? Is it, would you use the funding to offset those costs, or how
Yes.
would you look at that?
What we mean by that is that the funding that would come from the provincial government, hopefully $1 million a year, if that was to come through, that the association then would be able to look after a lot of the cost of the teams. What we say in proportion is that a team that's in Rigolet doesn't have the same expenses as the team in Deer Lake. So with more different equipment there, we would probably end up giving more money to one team or the other. We would not just take it and say everybody gets $5,000. That's not the way we do it, because any money that we do save when we're doing it by proportion, we put back into training to help out with the training activities. When we first started, the very first grant we had for 3 years, we did give out $500 to each team. And after the third year, everybody said really the $500 was all right, but we kind of put it all together and kept it together for doing training and made it a lot more applicable for getting people around. So that's what we mean by proportion size. Different teams with different equipment would get different amounts of money, but that's the same way it's actually done in BC, who already has sustainable funding.
Thank you. And Mr. Freeman asked you some questions about what really is meant by the $2 million you're seeking as a recommendation for the first couple of years, and then $1 million would be sustainable after that. So if you had that kind of funding, if that came through in the schedule you're mentioning, what would be left for NL Sarah to try and raise with their own efforts?
With this money, if we did get it, the idea would be to be able to hire the 3 people we were talking about. We would ask then that the insurances we are all talking about, the Algoma insurance policy, our radio license fees, if we're still paying them, all that type of stuff then will be paid directly from the association. And the second part of your question to do with taking care of equipment is to do, as we said, the heavy maintenance things that are done with equipment that had to be done. I'll use my own team that I'm involved with. We pay $5,000 a year just to get our vehicles inspected so we can use them. We only put probably 500 kilometers on them, but that's the way it works. We also are looking at infrastructure. Some teams out there have no way to pay for their building they're using. They have to turn the heat off, turn the lights off. We know one team that actually uses a generator when they go to a meeting. But that's the type of things we would support with this money. The first year we said a couple of $1 million because we also need to start replacing equipment that's out there. As earlier we talked about trucks and everything else. And then we figured that after that, the $1 million a year would do for the salary part of it, the insurance part of it, and the training itself, and help keep up some of the equipment that the teams do need. I think that might answer it.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Mr. Budden, if you can give us a sense of what's happening tomorrow and when you'd like to start.
Thank God.
Tomorrow we will hear from Richard Smith, Mr. Richard Smith, who has put together a presentation that was an earlier version of it was presented to council this past Friday. A refined version was circulated a few moments ago, or an hour or two ago. So that will be a presentation using a projector and put up on the screen. And he'll walk us through, I guess, a commentary and critique of what he's seen as to the operation of Search and Rescue Newfoundland. I understand from him he anticipates his presentation will take really the morning, I guess. Is a half a day, you thought?
If not a bit more, yeah.
Yes, a half a day, if not a bit more. I would like to get to Ms. Bradbury tomorrow afternoon, if possible. And so that pretty much will be tomorrow.
Okay, and how about Mr. O'Neill on behalf of Casera that approached myself and you and had a point that they like to make?
I've had conversations with Mr. Bishop, the president of Casera, and a meeting with him. We had previously, earlier today, arranged a meeting Thursday night of myself and Mr. Smith and representatives of Casera provincial-wide. That was what I had anticipated our engagement with Casera to this point, but leaving open the possibility of following that, perhaps a brief presentation on Friday. We will have a bit of time on Friday because as it stands now, we are putting together a sort of expanded roundtable to discuss issues around recruitment, the changing nature of ground search and rescue, and some of the people we hope to bring in are in Alberta. So it would be a bit of a later start. So I think we would have time for for the Casara team if they wish to give the presentation on Friday. I understand it's a fairly brief presentation.
No, good. We want to hear from people wherever it comes from with respect to the issues around this commission, so that will be accepted.
So we'll certainly have a meeting Thursday night, and because we've been promising that, and actually had it scheduled a couple of times, but it had to be cancelled because of the unavailability of some key people. Oh, about the start for tomorrow, perhaps maybe even 9:15. Thank you.
This commission of inquiry is concluded for the day. Thank you.
I guess it depends on how many questions.
Oh, there'll be lots.